Good morning, everyone. Over the last decade, Inland Waterway of Authority of India has transformed intent into measurable outcomes. From 5 operational national waterways about a decade earlier to 32 now, from increasing the overall cargo carried from 18 million metric tons to 146, which indicates a CAGR of 20% year on year. The achievements have been phenomenal. More importantly, the Jal Marg Vikas project and Earth Ganga initiative, they have transformed IWT from a mere transport corridor or a mode of transport to more about socio-economic enabler. But having said that, the challenge is still there. The challenge is to sustain this particular growth as well as ensure that the platform which has got created looks at transforming the entire sector going forward. To discuss about these future initiatives, I have an eminent list of panelists with me. To start with, I would request the Chairman IWI, Shri Sunil Kumar Singh, who has played a pivotal role in setting up of maritime policies over a period of time. Sir, how would you want to share the thoughts on IWI gearing up for the operational opportunities ahead in terms of transforming this entire IWT as a sector?
Thank you, Amit. From IWI side, I think the next leap involves deepening multimodal integration, ensuring year-round navigability, and expanding cargo categories beyond bulk cargo. We need to focus now on strategic corridors that align with industrial and logistic hubs. At the same time, we are going to deploy now digital solutions like river information system for real-time tracking and efficient cargo movement, cargo vessel movement. Here I would like to inform you that IWAI has already formulated regulations for deployment of these digital solutions. We have, this has been launched by Honorable Minister, and it is named as Nodarsika, which is National River Traffic and Management System, which we are going to implement in phase-wise in all the operational national waterways. Apart from that, the coastal inland integration, transshipment integration is also very much necessary for smooth cargo flow. And most importantly, building partnership with industry partners to unlock scale, reliability, and long-term adoption.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Usha Padi, ma'am, Principal Secretary with Government of Odisha. I have personally seen her visionary leadership both at Government of India as well as Government of Odisha level. Ma'am, Odisha has a rich riverine network and is emerging as a key player in the overall IWT development, especially with the development of NW5. What is your vision of integrating Indian inland waterways as part of the overall logistics structure of Odisha as a state?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let me have that energy with me also. First of all, thanks to IWI for having me here. If I wouldn't have been there, it would have been a manel, not a panel. I'm sorry for the little inconvenience because they had to reschedule the program. I'm sorry for that. It's not only my vision, but it's the state vision to have a holistic maritime strategy. Odisha, if you see the map, we are in a very unique position geographically. We are very close to Southeastern Asia, the other side, deep south also. And on the western side, we have huge hinterland because ports and the coastline is not only for the states, it is for the entire country. So the coastline which we have for India, it is not for only Odisha, it is catering to the country. So in that way, we will be the gateway, eastern gateway for maritime to not only Odisha, but Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, part of this side of Maharashtra, and even up to some part of the in-between Telangana area. So if we become more efficient, because if you increase the size of the pie itself, it is not that we are cutting into each other, that is not the idea, to increase the pie. And we have a huge mining ore basis. So all the three major states which have the mining are the mineral resources. Odisha, one among those states. But other two states doesn't have the coastline. So whatever has to come from hinterland to the coastal shipping, or it is either to go out or the coastal shipping, it has to come through something very futuristic. The railway and road modes of transportation is not going to solve the problem, because this evacuation of the mineral ores, because it's a developing country, whether you like it or not like it, there has to be a lot of mineral activities has to be there, excavation has to go on in a sustainable manner. So where do this evacuation happens? So for that, the river, whatever endowed with, we are endowed with good number of river systems, that is where we come into picture. We are linking this hinterland with the coast. So inland waterways are not just a standalone vision or plan for us. It is the integrated plan with the overall vision we have for the maritime in the state. Last year, around 200 and odd million metric ton have been evacuated. But it is said we complete as a state 100 years in 2036. So by that time, we should be increasing it to 500 million metric ton. With Paradip, Damra, then Gopalpur existing, and Astarang and Astarang and Subarnarekha coming in, we will have 5 ports very soon to evacuate with 500 million metric ton per annum. So we are also having the containerization, and with this we have integrated the NW5 and also NW65. I am thankful to IWI. Already we have formed the SPV, which is important milestone, and we have already onboarded the people who matters. Who are they? Mahanadi Coal Limited. Then we have a lot of PSUs which are there. Other than that, there are a lot of private investors also who are doing in that entire Talcher belt. If you see, the maximum coal and other manganese and other things come from that Keunjhar and Talcher area. So this is what one of the thing we will be doing. Other than that, if you have heard, Odisha being a very old maritime legacy, we had the river cruising system long, long ago. It's not only ancient wisdom, we also have that as a modern vision. So even that is going to happen, and some terminals, cruise, the river cruise, these are the things which are there. And yesterday we had our own state session where our Honorable Minister, Chief Minister was also there. So we had a discussion on how the cruise can also come up, and some of the investors are very keen. So I'll just say, but because the time is very short, there is so much of opportunity in the terminal management of terminals and the land which we have created for the ecotourism. So these are the few things which can happen, other than the huge movement of the cargo from the hinterland, which is very, very resourceful, to the coast for either export or the import, and also for the internal coastal shipping. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I think very relevant point, ma'am, especially about integration of IWT along with the coastal, which ultimately will lead to enhancement in cargo. Now, talking about cargo, let me go to the most important stakeholders in terms of this entire network, which is the shippers, the cargo owners. I'll start with Shri Pranab Jha, who is the EVP JSW Steel and is currently leading the global business strategy for the group in terms of the overall shipping and logistics. So steel logistics is a complicated value chain, right? I mean, from mines to plants to ports. In spite of these challenges, JSW Steel has been able to successfully utilize IWT as a mode and integrate as part of your overall logistics framework. Just wanted to understand from you what enabled this entire successful movement, and more importantly, how do you see this going forward, especially in terms of the bulk movement of cargo on the steel side?
Good morning. Thank you for the question. I think I would first start with actually complimenting Inland Waterways for organizing this an opportunity to talk about the various aspects of coastal shipping as well as inland shipping or inland ship. So if you look at steel, steel is one of the most complex, as you said, in terms of logistics. The average, so there is a multiplier of about 3 times in terms of your steel capacity to the cargo movement. So if there is a 10 million steel plant, it would typically require 30 million tons of cargo movement to feed the plant. Apart from it, obviously the 10 million which you require to evacuate. At JSW, I think we were the early adopters of inland waterways. I think critical to it was the taking over of the erstwhile Ispat plant, which is now the JSW Dolvi plant close to Mumbai, as it was a plant which is based very near to the sea. It's in the Amba River Creek, which is National Waterways 10. This was way back in about 2011 when we took over. I think one of the challenges for us was to ensure that we are able to service the plant or reach the material required at the least cost option. One of the challenges for us was to integrate the entire supply chain, bringing in coal, iron ore, and fluxes or limestone precisely. Because this is a plant which is close to the sea, but doesn't have any close by mining areas, so entire quantity needed to be moved through the sea route. And sea was the option, so we started working on it. So one of the first steps was to look at, because this plant is located in a creek where there is a limitation of draft, which is less than, it used to be less than 1.5 meters. Now it's obviously dredged. We have dredged it to 3.5, so those are able to accommodate. So we went in with the concept of developing our own made-to-design MBCs, which are those small carriers of 8,000 ton, which services moves the cargo from Jaigarh port, which is one of the ports on the west coast where we developed it as a Cape port. So to get the advantage of economies of scale, we could move a bigger sized vessel close to the steel plant, and from that particular port, moving into the creek or the limited water, we had to use specialized made-to-design 8,000 ton vessels. This addressed most of our issues, but also we were servicing this particular plant from Mumbai port. The other option was to also incrementally add cargoes moving from Mumbai port into the plant, which typically are the short lead cargoes which come through the coastal route from East Coast, Paradip or Vizag. It comes in, and then we discharge those cargoes or handle those cargoes in Mumbai port and then move through smaller barges of 2,500 to 3,500 tons. Now, if you look at the entire economics, I think it is, as correctly mentioned at multiple locations, coastal shipping or especially shipping is always much more attractive economically with respect to either rail or road. We have seen it, and we continue to observe that further streamlining could further optimize these costs. As far as the current cargo volumes which JSW does is close to about 30 million tons, which is one of the highest definitely in India. And with the expansion plans coming, we intend to actually make it closer to 45 million tons in the next 2 to 3 years. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. From steel, let me talk about cement now. This is one commodity where almost all the transport modes have been fighting for. I see roads, fighting with railways to get a share of this particular commodity. Mr. Pradeep Purohit, who is the CEO of Star Cement, sir, how do you see inland waterways also striving for a share of cement as a commodity in terms of the overall transport movement? And more importantly, in the circular logistics, where cement-based products can actually be brought back onto the inland waterways as a transport mode.
Hello. So I would like to answer the second question first. Number one, yes, circular movement is the answer to success or the key to success of this bulk movement, and more so in case of cement. Uh, Cement is a volume material, as he was speaking about steel. Similarly, cement is a volumetric material which is having a very high logistics cost. If you go by the industry standards, it's close to 27-28% of the cost of material goes into logistics. And in this matter, IWAI or waterways movement is certainly a big game changer. Wherever we have utilized it, we have received benefits, and the future is very big. Yes, there are impediments, there are things that we need to do to make it successful, and the first thing that we need to do is to have this circular movement, as you rightly said. There are raw materials which are supposed to come from the same place where the finished product is going. So, for example, like fly ash or coal is coming, as we belong from northeastern part of the country, which is a landlocked kind of a situation. We don't have a sea-facing beach with us, so we are dependent upon riverine logistics or railway logistics. So for us, yes, certainly the raw material that comes from the central part of the country, whether it is fly ash or coal, that can certainly come by IWAI taking the IBP route, and our finished product can certainly reach out to the rest of the country using the same route. So there is a circular connectivity possible. But there are impediments as far as IBP route is concerned. There have been a lot of concerns, and most of them have been resolved in last 5-10 years, and big development have taken place in that. But because it is dependent upon two countries, Bangladesh is a foreign nation, and not everything can be done as we wish to. As far as within Northeast is concerned, we have made quite a impressive development as far as waterways movement is concerned. Last year, in the same India Maritime Convention or conference, we had signed one MOU with IWAI for developing NW57, which was actually made NW maybe a couple of decades ago, but was never utilized. And last year we had signed an MOU with IWAI, and I'm happy to share with all of you that it has been activated, it has been utilized, and it is now operational waterways. So these are some developments that are taking place, and we are certainly trying to make it possible that circular movement of cement and raw material can take place. Like Jogi-Ghopa multimodal logistics hub, which is being developed at Jogi-Ghopa in Lower Assam, is going to be a very big game changer for us. We are supplying our products to that area, and from that area, a number of raw material can come back to us. Similarly, places which are not very well connected with railways or roadways, like Majuli Island in Assam, which is considered to be the biggest river island in the world, is not very well connected with the road network, and the cost of road transportation or railway transportation is very high. Can very well be served with waterways movement, and we are working on that. We have done trial movements. So we have done a lot of trial movements as an industry partner. We have moved coal and fly ash from the central India to northeast, and we have moved clinker and cement, which is our product, to Bangladesh and to rest of the country through this route. And these trials have given us a lot of learnings, upon which we have submitted our learnings to the IWAI, and they have certainly come forward and worked upon it. A few examples: Pandu Port, which is the main river port in the entire northeast in Guwahati, was having a road connectivity issue because it is situated in the Guwahati city. So there was a road connectivity, very narrow and congested road was there. And IWAI has come forward and created a road on the river bank, taking the river bank route. And the road is, I think, commissioned or maybe getting commissioned very soon. Similarly, there was no vessel repair and vessel building facility out there in Assam. which has been built and it has been developed. So these development will certainly be making things possible in time to come. We are on a right path, and development is taking in a very speedy manner. And dredging activity in IBP route has always been a big challenge, but we have seen developments in that too. River Brahmaputra is a sifting river, and dredging activity always remain a challenge there. So, but a lot of efforts have been done by IWI. The biggest effort by IWI that has been done is supporting these trial movements and supporting these first time movements. And by these supports, actually things are happening. And I'm really thankful to the team of IWI. And last thing that I would like to mention here is that Star Cement's experience has certainly paid back in developing the number of things that we have come across and the developments that are taking place. I'm really thankful to IWI team for supporting this movement.
I think we can have a round of applause for IWI for supporting in all the initiatives. Thank you so much, Mr. Purohit. Moving from Star Cement to Ultratech, Captain Behra, how is Ultratech looking at integrating inland waterways as part of the overall logistics? And also I would want to check, do you think standardization of vessels can play an important role in terms of movement of cement specifically from this mode?
Good morning all. I would thank IWI for giving me this opportunity to speak on such a very important topic, which is India's logistic landscape. As we strive for cost efficiency, multimodal integration and sustainability, inland waterways emerge as a strategic enabler. Inland waterways strategic values are, it is cost effective. So for transporting 1 ton of cargo in water is what ₹1 per kilometer. For by road it is 2.5 and by rail it is 1.3. Secondly, it is sustainable. As we see, it reduces carbon emission and fuel consumption. So the carbon emission is reduced by 80% in comparative to road. Third is decongestion. If you see road and rail, if there is congested, then it is easing off and helping the logistic fluidity. For example, in one barge we are carrying 1500 to 2000 metric ton of cement, which can ease off about 50 to 60 barges from the road. Fourth is the limitation in road and rail network. So in hilly terrains where the road and rail network have limitations and having disruption of flood and landslide, inland waterways plays an alternative role to cater the cargo. So suppose in case of flood, we are sending cement to inland waterways to northeast. And inland, our Ultratech experience with the inland waterways is in December 2014, we under the scheme of Jalbagh scheme and scheduled services, we successfully transported cement from Calcutta to Pandu port. It was a big milestone, but we have the turnaround time, which is key in the inland waterways, is very high. So we request following measures to be taken to reduce the turnaround time. First is we can explore of night navigation, where we can, with the assistance of local people or pilot, night navigation can be achieved. Second, the vessel currently is flying with 5 knots, which can be enhanced to 10 knots. So half the steaming time will be achieved. Third is green channel at the cross border. So documentation at the border, it takes about 2 days, so that can be reduced. And fourth is mechanization of load port and unload port. So currently, if we are taking a 22 days of turnaround time, by getting green channel and night navigation, we can reduce it to 11 days. And further, if we make it vessel performance by speed increasing 10 knots, it can further reduce to 6 days. And if you do mechanization of the load and unloading port, the total operation can reduce to by 8 days. So with 10 days of 10 days, we can move cement from one place to northeast significantly.
Thank you, Dr. Mehra. I think a few good suggestions for IWI to take note of, implement in future. I would now want to move on to Mr. Vivek Arya, the regional CEO for Renus Logistics. Mr. Arya, Renus is a global player, with headquarters in Germany, but you have taken a bet in terms of inland waterways in India. So what has been the motivation behind that, and where do you think we can go forward from here?
I think the biggest motivation is coming from the work which the government and Inland Waterways Authority has done. Over the last 2.5 years, our team has gone practically to every terminal on the National Waterway 1, 2 and 16. That's where we plan to go live. I think we have paucity of time at the moment, and just want to say that we will go live in Q1 next year, and we are deploying first 30 assets with barges and pushers along the National Waterways 1, 2 and 16. And we believe as Renus, as being the largest operators on inland waterways in Europe, that this is a model that could be replicated in India. But there will be a lot of learning for the next 18 to 24 months, and this is work in progress for us. Yeah?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Arya. Mr. Gogoi, very quickly, what do you see the potential of petrochemicals through inland waterways?
Can you repeat, please?
I mean, as the managing director of Assam Petrochemicals, what do you think the overall potential which petrochemicals carry through inland waterways movement?
Okay, thank you. Good morning to all once again. I'll be very short because the Honorable Minister will be amongst us soon. Firstly, before I answer the question, presently we are transporting by road close to 20,000 tons of petrochemical products by road. So that's the potential is immense in terms of if you can shift even 50% of our products also. So now coming back to the inland waterways, as far as the northeast is concerned, and I come from one of the most northeastern part which is very close to the Arunachal border. So in terms of product evacuation, I would just like to add that, three things which immediately comes to my mind to promote that. The first part will be the assured navigability, because NW2, which we all are aware that it's very sill prone and erosion prone. So assured navigability and reliability. That I would say will be the #1 point. The secondly would be that the cargo aggregation model. The cargo aggregation model has to be, just to take care of, moving bulk cargo, and then of course, the last mile connectivity. The infrastructure has developed now, but again, the last mile connectivity from the plant or from the fields to the port, that is something, there is a gap, and it's filling up very fast. So hopefully, in the coming days, that will also be overcome. Thirdly, I would say is that, the process can be, it's already very simplified now, as I know, but further simplification opportunities are there to make it, more involved for the ones who are willing to trade on the waters. That's something I strongly believe. And of course, the digital coordination between the road and rail network. I think these are very important, areas where more work needs to be done for more engagement. And of course, once development comes, prosperity will definitely come.
Oh, definitely. Thank you so much. I think technology would play a key role going forward in this sector. Let me go to now Mr. Harry. Hari, you have seen the development of IWT sector in India for the last 15 years, and you are literally an authority in the multimodal logistics globally. What do you think are some of the right things which we have done, and what are the next steps India should be taking in terms of further development of this sector?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Thank you first of all for having me here. I'm very honored to be part of the panel. And I'm from a very small country in terms of people and in terms of size, but big in terms of waterways and maritime developments. And I see a lot of similarities between our river system and the Indian river systems, although the Indian river systems are more natural rivers, but still, as my neighbor just said, we think that a lot of concepts that are developed internationally could also be applied in India. I'm also very happy that I'm here with people that have the cargo, because for me, having the cargo is the basis for a good inland waterway system. And when I compare, let's say, the European waterways with the Indian waterways, I see one very big difference, is that the European waterways are economic corridors. The industries, the chemical industry, the manufacturing plants, the steel plants, but also logistics are all concentrated along the waterway. And that makes the business case relatively easy. So last mile transportation, when you can avoid that, then you avoid large part of the cost. So the building of business cases with the industry, for me, is an important point. There's one other thing, of course, the infrastructure is always the basis. So without a good infrastructure, nothing will happen. But when we invest in inland waterways, we have to invest in such a way that it is fit for the future. So we cannot do real major interventions in physical interventions. That will give all kind of negative effects. So there are solutions available to work with nature, or to, let's say, find solutions where you can still offer solutions for shippers and for logistic companies without really changing the waterways. And especially with natural waterways, that's very complicated to do. Also in the field of investing in the fleet. When you now invest in a conventional vessel, it will be there for the next 30 years. But we all know that the conventional type of vessel is not going to last. We have to find new solutions for that, which are available for a number of market segments, but maybe not for all. So for the areas where you do not have already a solution, maybe you can build a standardized vessel with modular systems where you can replace part of the vessel when a new technology becomes commercially interesting. From the field of digitalization, automation, also the Waterway Authority can do a lot of things. There are a lot of digital systems available. There's information on the waterways, on the flows, on, let's say, the availability of the locks and the opening hours, and all that information can be shared with the operators and with the companies so that they could implement what we call a corridor management, where you could optimize your logistics by using the information that is made available via the Waterway Authority. One important thing is the business case. So how could you make a good business case? There are a lot of shippers in India that have one-way traffic. And because of the one-way traffic, it's very difficult to make a business case. In our system, we have a system called logistic advisors, which are independent people that analyze the logistic flows of big companies. So suppose we have a chemical factory, and we have another factory with different types of cargo, which you could combine to balance flows, to increase the base load. That is something I think could improve the business case in an enormous manner and could help the development of waterway transportation. Things like the vessel standardization, very important in terms of investment in vessels. When you design a vessel, every time a dedicated vessel for a specific case, it's going to be expensive. When you more or less standardize vessels and use them, the business case again becomes easier. There is an issue also on financing. Maybe two more points that I would like to raise. Financing. What we hear a lot from the Indian business is that it's very difficult to finance new equipment. In Europe, we have a system where we have bank guarantees. Bank guarantees given by government bodies to commercial banks for risky investments, for example, in green technologies or new technologies. Those kind of guarantees, they can reduce the interest rate and can make it easier to invest in new technologies. Also, let's say what we call business case financing, where we have a business case for a company where the shipper, a financial institution, the shipyard, the engine supplier, the shipping company, all together decide on how to finance that business case, with the shipper guaranteeing a certain base load for a certain period of time. And in that kind of model, a financial institution can step in, a shipyard could step in. There are very interesting examples that you could follow. There is also one thing that we called corporatization. There's a lot of small shipping companies. What we see in our markets, that these small companies combine forces in terms of corporations. They still are independent operators, but they combine, so have to have a larger volume and to be more flexible. Then I come to the last point, which is international cooperation. Yesterday, Honorable Minister Sonowal and our Minister Timan signed a new Memorandum of Understanding. Well, it's not a new one, it's extended. It's already there for many years, and under that Memorandum of Understanding, inland waterways transportation is a big component. And there we do knowledge exchange, we have joint activities, we organize visits to the Netherlands or to Germany or to Belgium to showcase how our waterways are used and developed. And a lot of those, let's say, practices are already implemented in the Indian inland waterway system. I think that is a way that we would like to continue very much. We stimulate that, and as a company, Nesta, we are very much committed to be there for the coming years and to support India in developing the inland waterway ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Very interesting points. I would just want to go back to Mr. Arya once. Mr. Arya, Harry talked about commercial viability, the financing side. What do you think are two most important enablers to make inland waterways commercially viable for the large logistics players?
I think number one, in India we don't have a river-facing industry and the two-way loads. I think that's one of the key factors to make sure that this is working in a profitable manner for the operators. Another, I think, is the draft in the rivers, which is also a challenge and which is being addressed by IWT. And we've had multiple rounds of meetings with IWT, and they have really come forth to help us, support us on that one. So I think the two big game changers will be two-way loads as well as the draft along the river.
Sure, thank you. And I think on the riverine-based industrial clusters, states like Odisha, West Bengal, ma'am, I mean, a lot of initiatives are being taken. So just last question, what do you think would be one policy or institutional reform you would want to prioritize based on all the discussions you have heard today?
Most of the marine states are having a single window clearances and having an institutional platform headed by a senior elected member or the executive, like maritime boards. So as one of the institutional mechanism, if you say, I would mention that a maritime board at the helm of the state would be appropriate to take many initiative forward, because it is not only one part. I mean, we see the entire ecosystem has many players to coming and falling in place to make things work. So I'm sure that that is one institutional mechanism I would be doing. Other than that, we have the vision document. I think every state has come up with a vision document with clear KPIs for each year, what they are going to do, because national mission is there to align ourselves with the mission, because India being the federal setup. So all have to work in the same direction. So those are the two things I specify, the vision document and having the executive institutional mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Chairman sir, lot of recognition for the efforts which IWI has taken, including the pilot movements which IW has been able to support, obviously without which, I mean, we will not know the long-term success. What do you think are, two key takeaways for you from the entire discussion, and where you would want IWI to focus on?
Actually, if you see, IWI uses multi-criteria matrix to that includes cargo potential, that includes your navigability, willingness of cargo owners, and regional development goals. So on these basis, we actually prioritize our initiatives for development of national waterways. Waterways like National Waterway 5, which in Odisha, which Madam is coming, and National Waterway 68 in Goa, are being prioritized due to their strategic locations and industrial linkage. Whereas while waterways, national waterways in northeastern region are vital for regional connectivity and integration. Similarly, we are also prioritizing National Waterway 1. We are doing a lot of work on that, which passes through 4 states, UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, and West Bengal. National Waterway 10, Amba River, where JSW has its infrastructure. National Waterway 91, Shastri River. Then National Waterway 100, Tapi River in Gujarat. They are also being prioritized due to major coastal transshipment, coastal cargo traffic transshipment to hinterland through inland water transport. Whereas the major upcoming cargo hubs which IWAI has planned in Varanasi, Sahibganj, and Jogighopa, they are also can also cater to last mile and first mile for major industrial hubs in UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Assam, and can also facilitate exports in a most cost-effective manner. So we are actually taking developmental activities to based on these criteria, and right now I would like to inform the audience that 32 national waterways have been operationalized, whereas in 2014 it was only 5 national waterways, and out of that only 3 were operational. So in the next 2 to 3 years we are going to operationalize 85 national waterways, and that involves a lot of work which we are working on in close cooperation with the state governments, with the industry partners. And we are hopeful that in the years to come, IWT is going to be a major partner in the total cargo logistics.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we may have time for a couple of questions from the audience for our esteemed panelists. Anything? Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for your time and sharing your insights into how we can enhance the cargo movement on inland waterways as a mode of transport. With this, we'll be closing this particular session and then moving on.
I would like to thank our moderator and all the panelists for such an enriching session. Thank you so much. Now I would request Shri A.K. Bansal to felicitate our esteemed panelists. That is Srimati Usha Padi, Principal Secretary, Housing and Urban Development Department, Government of Odisha, and Additional Charge of Commerce and Transport Department. Shri Sunil Kumar Singh, Chairman ICIWAI. Mr. Harry de Leer, Partner, Nestra, Netherlands. Shri Pranab Jha, Executive Vice President, JSW Steel Limited. Captain Priyaranjan Bahera, AVP, Ultratech Ports and Shipping. Shri Pradeep Purohit, Chief Operating Officer, Star Cement. Shri Vivek Arya, Regional CEO, India Renews Logistics. Shri Rajneesh Gogoi, Managing Director, Assam Petrochemicals Limited. And now I would request to felicitate Shri Amit Gupta, Partner, EY. Thank you so much. Now I would request all the panelists to please stand for a group photograph. I would request everyone to please stand for a group photograph. Thank you so much, everybody. Now I request Ms. Tanya Chandra to give a small presentation on legal framework under the Coastal Shipping Act 2025 for integration of coastal and inland waterways.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tanya. I'm part of the legal consultants team, that is PLR Chambers, for the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. I'm here today to present the legal framework under the Coastal Shipping Act, specifically in regard to what the panel was discussing, which is about integration of coastal and inland waterways. Many of you may have been aware or would know probably that Ministry this year, earlier in the monsoon session, 5 new legislations of the MOPSW were passed, and Coastal Shipping Act was one of the major ones. So generally, I think the panel before,
I will request all the audience that after this presentation, immediately the minister's inaugural session will commence. He is on the way and reaching here within 5-10 minutes. By the time this presentation will be over. So please be seated and be patient. Within 5-10 minutes, ministers are coming over here. Thank you.
I request everyone to please settle down. As a mark of respect, I would request everyone to please settle down as she will be taking over the presentation. Thank you.
Can we do this later? Okay. So like I already said, 5 statutes of MOPSW were passed earlier this year, and Coastal Shipping Act was one of them. Primarily, I think people, at least present in this room, know I think the panel before me, they discussed in detail the significance of integration of coastal and inland waterways. And also, one of the underpinnings and major points in the Amrit Kal Vision document is about integration, not only integration of coastal and inland waterways, but also to increase the modal share of inland and coastal waterways in India's model mix of freight movement. So in that respect, generally in terms of significance, I think IWA Chairman Sir before me, he had pointed out, and so have everyone present here would know this, that coastal trade and inland waterways, they are considered a more cost efficient as well as more sustainable mode of transportation. So the carbon emission of inland waterways and coastal trade, it's significantly lower than that of rail and road transport. However, presently it's only about 5%, the model mix, the part of model share that inland waterways and coastal trade together have in India, it's quite low. So one of the underpinnings, like I already said, is part of the Amrit Kal Vision document too, to increase the model mix of coastal and inland waterways in India's model share. Another underpinning, which is again part of Coastal Shipping Act, and I'll come to that, the key reform areas, is in line with Atmanirbhar Bharat and the aspect which is to do with Make in India. So with that in mind, if you can see some of the key objectives. So the key objective is to develop, and it is part of the preamble of the Act as well, to develop coastal shipping and India's own coastal fleet. And also, of course, increase the share of coastal shipping and inland waterways in model mix. To that, one of the major key reforms that we have is now Indian vessels anywhere do not require a license to participate in coastal trade. Earlier there was a license condition, but now that's been done away with. And a lot of things that are being done through executive order currently, which is to do with the way that foreign vessels participate. While we have a closed cabotage, the attempt of this legislation is to make it regulatory. So it doesn't prohibit from foreign vessels to participate in coastal trade, but now there will be statutory conditions which can be laid down to the licenses given. And of course, some of you will know there is an ROFR policy, which is how foreign vessels currently participate in coastal trade. But now what we have done is we have tried to put that as part of our statute itself. And also in this regard, a lot of countries, for instance, US and China and a lot of EU countries as well, they are already doing this. So closed cabotage, or rather regulating cabotage, is something that is done in many countries already. And in line with that, we are putting out some license conditions for foreign vessels. While Indian vessels do not require any license to participate in coasting trade. Then 2 key aspects which are to do with transparency and helping the investors in the sector, which is to do with the strategic plan, which is also focused on integration of national and national waterways, inland waterways with national, inland waterways and coastal waterways. And in this regard, also national database, there will be authentic data with regard to, which will do with everything to do with the coastal trade in India. So first of all, for participation of IV vessels in coastal trade, so the statute empowers the central government to allow certain vessels. The Director General is empowered to allow certain vessels to participate in coasting trade. And also central government can now announce and through notification, they can point out that certain routes which are part of inland waterways, they can also be integrated on through coasting trade and the coastal routes of India. Moving on to the bigger reform that the Act brings in, which is to do with the integration, and it's completely focused on integration to increase the modal share and to also decongest our coastal routes, but also to decongest the rail and road, and of course to increase the modal mix of both inland and coastal waters. This is the preparation of the National Coastal and Inland Strategic Plan. So the Act, now it's an obligation on the central government, and it's a legal obligation to put out a plan of this nature. And in the next 2 years, once the Act commences, such a strategic plan will be put in place. And every 2 years, it has to be, of course, updated as well. And it will be publicly accessible. So this is going to be good, hopefully, for the investors who want to participate in inland and integration of the inland and coasting trade. And also the way this plan will work, I'll show you the key themes or the key content that the plan will consist of. This is also laid down in the Act itself. This will also kind of help the investors to align their investor strategies with that of the government of India and what their policy priorities are. And of course, there'll be two-pronged, I think, aim here is to not only decongest the routes, the coastal routes currently, but also to make sure that whatever inland waterways are developed for coasting trade, the inland regions, the coastal regions, as well as the inland waterway regions also have integrated development in terms of creating new employment opportunities. And this, there is a very sequential theme that runs through the entire legislation, which is to do with how we are talking about license conditions for foreign vessels. So whether it's about built in India, whether it's about the crewing requirements in India, there will be more employment opportunities that can be created for Indians and Indian vessels, and also in hinterland and inland waterways areas, as well as in coasting trade. So that's the presentation. I think that's about it. Thank you for your attention.
से लेकर बांग्लादेश तक व्यापार कारोबार को सुगम बनाने वाला है। इसी प्रकार जेटी और रोरो फेरी
Good afternoon, everybody. The honorable ministers are coming within 5 minutes. Till such time, we have few short videos on National Waterway 1, 2, and quick opening pontoons. We are showing those videos. Very interesting videos. You see what we are doing on the national waterways. Please.
झारखंड, पश्चिम बंगाल से लेकर बांग्लादेश तक व्यापार कारोबार को सुगम बनाने वाला है। इसी प्रकार जेटी और रोरो फेरी टर्मिनलों का भी नेटवर्क बनाया जा रहा है। इससे आना जाना भी आसान होगा, मछुआरों को, किसानों को भी सुविधा होगी। साथियों, क्रूज हो, कार्गो शिप हो, ये ट्रांसपोर्ट और टूरिज्म को तो बल देते ही हैं, इनकी सर्विस से जुड़ी पूरी इंडस्ट्री भी नए अवसरों का निर्माण करती है।
जलमार्ग न केवल कम लागत पर माल ढुलाई और यात्री परिवहन करते हैं, बल्कि पर्यावरण को सड़क और रेल परिवहन के प्रदूषण से बचाते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जलमार्गों के इस महत्व को देखते हुए पूरे देश में 111 जलमार्गों के विकास का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है, जो 2070 में नेट जीरो इमिशन के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगा।
सस्ते में सामान आने के लिए अगर कोई सबसे बड़ा उत्तम सुविधा दे सकता है, वो जलमार्ग ही दे सकता है। ट्रक में हो या ट्रेन में हो, 1 केजी का भाव जितना बढ़ता है उससे आधा से कम होता है जलमार्ग में। यानी कि कम पैसे में आप अपने उत्पादित सामग्री को जहां भी आप चाहे वहां भेज सकते हैं और वहां उसी बाजार में आपको सही भाव मिलके आपका अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत बनाने का काम ये जलमार्ग कर सकता है।
काशी विश्वनाथ की पवित्र नगरी वाराणसी से लेकर पश्चिम बंगाल के हल्दिया तक राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग 1 पर जहाजों का आवागमन सुगम रूप से सुनिश्चित करने के लिए भारतीय अंतर्देशीय जलमार्ग प्राधिकरण 5061 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से जलमार्ग विकास परियोजना का क्रियान्वयन कर रही है। इस परियोजना के अंतर्गत मल्टी मॉडल टर्मिनल, इंटरमोडल टर्मिनल, नेविगेशन लॉक इत्यादि के अतिरिक्त 60 से अधिक सामुदायिक जेटियों का निर्माण उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, झारखंड और पश्चिम बंगाल में नदियों के किनारे बसे 7 करोड़ 50 लाख निवासियों के लिए वरदान साबित हुआ है।
गांव के लोग आते तो वो 4-6 किलोमीटर गाड़ी साइकिल से अपने आते थे मार्केट में। ये जेट्टी बनने से क्या है कि इसकी दूरी अब 2-3 किलोमीटर में रह गई है। लोग पहले अपने सामान लेके नाव से आते थे तो उनको 2 फीट 3 फीट पानी में उतर के फिर अपना सामान लेके ऊपर जाना था मार्केट में। अब जेट्टी बन जाने से क्या है कि नाव इस पे जेट्टी पे लग जाएगी, फिर जेट्टी पे लग जाने से ना उनको भीगना है, आराम से सूखे पर चले गए, फिर ऊपर चले गए, ऊपर चले गए अपने मंडी में सब्जियां बेचे, पैसे लिए, फिर अपने घर के लिए चले गए।
इसके तहत उत्तर प्रदेश में 15, बिहार में 21, झारखंड में 2 और पश्चिम बंगाल में 22 सामुदायिक जेटियों का निर्माण शामिल है। इन क्षेत्रों में आधुनिक सामुदायिक जेटियों के निर्माण
Dear delegates, guests, the minister is on the way. Just be patient. He is entering within 2-3 minutes to the hall. Please be seated. Please take your seats. Honorable ministers, both the ministers are coming over here from Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways.
की तरह लोगों को चढ़ाया जाता था, कई बार कपड़े गीले हो जाते थे, किसी के जूते गीले हो जाते थे, तो वो सारी काफ़ी सुविधाएं होती थी। अभी एक प्रॉपर वे लगता है कि हाँ एक तरीका है जिससे आप बोर्ड कर सकते हैं, आराम से अनबोर्डिंग हो सकती है आपकी, तो आपको मतलब वो जूते हाथ में लेके चढ़ने का और पैंट ऊपर करके चढ़ने का जरूरत नहीं होता है।
गंगा नदी पर बने पॉन्टून पुल लोगों के आवागमन का मुख्य साधन है, लेकिन ये जहाजों की आवाजाही में बाधा बनते हैं। पारंपरिक पॉन्टून पुलों को काटने और जोड़ने की प्रक्रिया में बहुत अधिक समय लगता है, जिससे पुल पर यातायात और जलपोत दोनों की गति बाधित होती है और जिसका सीधा प्रभाव व्यापार व सामाजिक आर्थिक गतिविधियों पर पड़ता है। इस समस्या का समाधान करने के लिए भारतीय अंतर्देशीय जलमार्ग प्राधिकरण ने भारतीय प्रौद्योगिकी संस्थान खड़गपुर के द्वारा एक उन्नत तंत्र क्विक पॉन्टून ओपनिंग मैकेनिज्म डिजाइन करवाया है। क्विक पॉन्टून ओपनिंग मैकेनिज्म नदी पर पॉन्टून पुलों के संचालन को तेज और कुशल बनाने के अतिरिक्त जलमार्ग परिवहन को भी सुगम बनाने के लिए विकसित किए गए हैं। इसे उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार में पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के तौर पर लागू किया जा रहा है। इस अत्याधुनिक माध्यम से पुल खोलने और बंद करने में लगने वाला समय घटकर कुछ मिनटों तक सीमित हो जाएगा। इसकी सफलता के आधार पर उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार में 8 अन्य स्थलों पर इस प्रणाली को स्थापित किया जाएगा। इसे संचालित करने में केवल 2 से 3 लोग ही लगते हैं और इसका संचालन राज्य सरकार के सहयोग से किया जाएगा। पुल के रूप में प्रयोग होने के अतिरिक्त ये मानसून के दौरान रो फेरी के रूप में भी कार्य कर सकता है। वर्तमान में 2 QPOM इकाइयों की स्थापना का कार्य पूर्ण कर लिया गया है। ये प्रणाली गंगा नदी पर यातायात को आसान और प्रभावी बनाने में क्रांतिकारी बदलाव लाएगी। सामुदायिक जेटियों एवं क्विक पॉन्टून ओपनिंग मैकेनिज्म से गंगा किनारे रहने वाले छोटे व्यापारियों और किसानों की आर्थिक स्थिति मजबूत होगी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पूर्वोत्तर भारत के समग्र विकास एवं पड़ोसी देशों बांग्लादेश, भूटान, म्यांमार, थाईलैंड से होने वाले व्यापार को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक्ट ईस्ट नीति की घोषणा की। इसी नीति के परिणाम स्वरूप विगत 10 वर्षों में पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों पर विशेष ध्यान केंद्रित किया गया, जिसके कारण पूरे क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व विकास हुआ। उत्तर पूर्वी राज्यों के समग्र विकास में
Thank you, audience. Please take your seat. Honorable Ministers is already on the dais. Please be seated. Be calm.
We will now go ahead with our inaugural ceremony. I request Chairman IWAI Shri Sunil Kumar Singh to please welcome Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways Shri Sarbananda Sonawal ji. I request Chairman IWAI Shri Sunil Kumar Singh to also welcome Honorable Minister of State PSW Shri Shantanu Thakur. I request Chairman IWAI Shri Sunil Kumar Singh to also welcome Shri Vijay Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Also, I request Secretary IWAI to felicitate Sanjeev Ranjan ji. We now request Honorable Minister of State Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shantanu Thakur, to say a few words.
लिखे हैं? नमस्कार. Respected Shri Sarbananda Sonawal ji, Honorable Minister of Port Shipping Waterways, respected Sri Vijay Kumarji, Secretary Ports Shipping Waterways, respected Sunil Kumar Singh ji, Chairman IWI, respected Sri Rajiv Ranjan ji, ex-Secretary Port Shipping Waterways. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to India Maritime Week 2025, a premier platform that brings together policymakers, industry leaders, investors, and stakeholders from across the maritime and logistic sectors. This event reflects our nation's growing strength and vision to developing robust, sustainable, and globally competitive maritime ecosystem. Under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways is striving to build a modern and sustainable maritime sector. As the Prime Minister has said, India's rivers are not just a part of our history, they are the highway of our future, carrying the potential to transform inland trade and regional prosperity. This event highlights our progress and encourage collaboration to realize India's vision for a strong and vibrant blue economy. India's vast network of rivers, canals, and backwaters is not just a geographical asset, it is a living system that can redefine how our nation moves, trades, and grows. Recognizing this, the government has emphasized the development of inland water transport sector, integrating it into our border economic system. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister and the guidance of Honorable Minister Sri Sarvananda Sonowal ji, we have embarked on a transformative journey. The National Waterway Act of 2026, declaring 111 national waterways, marked a milestone. Inland waterways transport is economical, energy efficient, and environmentally sustainable. Every ton of cargo moved saves fuel, reducing cost, lowers carbon emissions, and decarbonized the roads and railways. Our ministry is embracing green and digital transitions, from pioneering India's first indigenous hydrogen fuel cell vessels to promoting electric and hybrid population and deploying digital navigation and logistic platforms to enhance transparency and ease of doing business. Capacity building to key institutions like the National Inland Navigation Institute to Maritime Skill Development Center and equipping our youth with world-class skill. Regional Center of Excellence ensure opportunities reach every corner of nation. As we move into Amritkal, India's inland waterways will evolve from transport routes to dynamic corridors of inclusive growth. Connecting market supports tourism and fostering innovation, driving economic zone, reflecting our vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. The success of this transformation depends on strong partnerships with state government, private players, and international collaboration. Together, our waterways will carry not only cargo but also the hope and aspirations of millions. Today's discussions under the theme reviving the veins of inland trade will pave the way for a modern, resilient and sustainable inland waterways ecosystem. Let us join hands to navigate this current of change, where every river becomes a route of prosperity, every port a gateway of opportunity, and every voyage and steps toward a strong, self-reliant India. With that word, I'm concluding my speech. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging and motivating remarks. It is now our honor to invite our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonawal ji, to share his address with the audience.
Namaskar. Good morning, all of you present here today. And today's subject is reviving the veins of inland trade. We will all understand what is the river system, what is the inland waterways, and how to explore the available potentialities, possibilities, and prosperities. I think that is why this particular event is organized, and we have the presence of very experienced national and global player. I am informed by the chairman of Inland Waterways that there are some cargo operators, shippers, and also some of the important players in the logistics sector. So I, with my deep regards, welcome you all to this beautiful event, India Maritime Week 2025. We are here to provide you all kind of golden opportunity in the country, because India, having more than 111 numbers of national waterways, and with the length of 20,000 kilometers, it's a huge opportunity. And so far, we met 32 operational. And this is the area where you could put your best possible wisdom, energy, strategy, planning to explore business opportunity. How you could able to generate income and create employment opportunities. So I believe this is what all about, and to achieve the target determined by our vision, India Maritime Vision 2030 and Amritkal Vision 2047. Under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, India is shining in this sector, whether it is port, shipping, waterways, And I believe because of his dedicated effort and visionary leadership, we could able to explore whatever available potentialities are there in the coastal shipping, inland waterways, and also exim trade. In all the verticals, because of Honorable Prime Minister's dynamic leadership, his innovative ideas, his commanding personality, and his hard-working ability, and his strongest character to serve the society, the nation, and also the global perspective. And I believe that is why India could able to register many more records. The records, the figures is not revealed by Indian agency. It is revealed by World Bank Logistic Performance Index reports. If you go through all the figure, then you will discover the truth, how in the last 11 years, India could able to sign and able to register, able to prove that we are one of the leading maritime nation in the world. So I have a small write-up. Please bear with me. I want to go through it. Extempo may not cover some of the important, references and evidences. That is why I have to take the shelter so that I could inform this august house how this particular sector is meaningful for our better living. Because ecology, economy, and environment, all three E very important for all of us. Because all the created by God living on the planet Earth need to realize that this ecology and environment is very much essential for us. Without this healthy support, no creature can live peacefully, comfortably. That is why we are committed, all this family is committed to take adequate climate action to combat climate change. And that is why Honorable Prime Ministers, by adopting National Hydrogen Mission, have directed all the agencies in the country, please adopt green transport for blue economy. So this is how the journey has started, with kind of noble endeavor. It is not only to be business, but at the same time, great human service. Respected Shantanu Thakurji, my colleague in the Council of Ministers, Government of India. Respected Vijay Kumarji, our Secretary, Port Shipping Waterways. Respected Sunil Kumar Singhji, Chairman, IWAI, Government of India. Respected Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan Ji, former Secretary, Port Shipping Waterways. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the IWT sector, industry leaders, and distinguished guests. It gives me immense pride and joy to stand before you in India Maritime Week 2025 as we gather to honor our seafaring heritage, unveil next generation shipping technologies, and set a shared course for a sustainable blue economy. Today, we also celebrate the remarkable stride made by the Inland Waters Authority of India as it completes 39 glorious years of service to the country. A convergence of global maritime visionaries awaits us as we host the panel on reviving the veins of inland trade as part of the Global Maritime India Summit session. As the flagship initiative of the ministry, GMIS is poised to position India at the forefront of global maritime discourse, innovation, and strategic collaboration. The development of inland waterways holds great promise for transforming the logistics sector in India. By leveraging our extensive network of rivers and water bodies, we can create a sustainable, cost-effective, and efficient mode of transportation for goods. As a result of the transformational policies initiated under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, the IWT sector has experienced an unprecedented surge in terms of trade and transport in the past decades. There has been a 767% increase in the number of operational national waterways, 635% increase in volume of cargo handled on national waterways, a phenomenal rise of 62% in multimodal terminals, with 233% increase in investment in national waterways. These are the figure. Very importantly, it is quoted, and I believe you'll note it down for the future strategic plans. We have brought in path-breaking legislative reforms such as the enactment of National Waterways 2016, declaring 111 National Waterways and Inland Vessel Act 2021, which aims to streamline the safe and smooth movement of vessels across the country. These are the landmark legislation 2021, that is India Inland Vessel Act. Cargo traffic on national waterways has witnessed an exponential growth in the last 10 years, from 18 million ton a decade ago to 145.84 million ton by financial year 24-25. In the current financial year, from April to September 2025, 71.15 million ton of cargo have been moved on national waterways as compared to 67.74 million ton in the same period of the previous year, recording a growth of 5% so far. Building on this momentum, the recently launched Jal Bahak scheme aims to incentivize long-haul cargo movement through national waterways. One, that is Ganga, two, Brahmaputra, and 16 Barak. Fix scheduled services between Kolkata, Patna, Banarasi, and Kolkata, Pandu via Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route are already operational. Empowering vessel operator and enabling cost-effective, timely cargo delivery, this initiative gives practical step to the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of transformation through transportation. Transformation through transportation. As India sails towards becoming a Viksit Bharat, developed India, IWAI has also made significant progress through the Jal Marg Vikas project, JMV, on national waterways, one with investment exceeding 5,000 crores. Comprehensive development of other waterways, including National Waterways 3, 4, 5, and 13, new national waterways is underway with an investment of 267 crores. We are also embracing public-private partnership modes to enhance infrastructure, optimize operational, and foster innovation. In addition, the sector is adopting green technologies such as electric and hydrogen-powered catamarans, strengthening our commitment to sustainability and carbon reduction. Beyond commerce, our waterways have become vital avenues of cross-border collaboration. Through project and agreement with Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar, India is establishing itself as a pivotal regional waterways gateway, promoting trade, connectivity, and prosperity across South Asia. The Regional Waterways Grid initiative further envision enhanced connectivity and economic activity in the northeastern regions and neighboring countries. Our rivers are not just trade corridor, they are also cultural and tourism asset. The historic voice of MB Ganga Vilas, Raj Singh is sitting here, under his initiative, particularly because of the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister and vision, and we have decided to operate one of the longest river cruise in the world, covering the distance of 3,200 kilometers. From Banaras National Waterways 1 to the Bangladesh particle route to National Waterways 2, Brahmaputra, up to Upper Assam, Dibrugarh. Over the past decades, cruise vessels have grown from just 3 in 2013-14. We had only limited to 3 numbers, river, that is cruise vessel. And it went up to 29 in 25-26. That is the growth. The newly launched Cruise Bharat mission aims to establish 10 sea cruise terminals, 100 river cruise terminals, and 5 marinas, doubling passengers volumes and boosting regional tourism by 2029. The development of this sector requires the convergence of central ministries, state government, and the international partners working together to overcome infrastructure constraints and unlock the immense potential of multimodal connectivity. As we set sail on today's session under the theme, Reviving the Veins of Inland Trade, I am confident that the deliberation and exchanges that follow will chart the course for a new era of growth in India's inland waterways. The insights shared here will not only strengthen our logistic ecosystem, but also open new avenues for trade, tourism, and regional integration. In conclusion, I extend my deepest gratitude to all stakeholders who continue to be the part of this transformative journey. Here, I want to cite out one example. One of the leading logistic company from Germany, that is Renus Logistic Private Limited, please, yeah. They have physically made the inspection and investigation about the viability of our river system. They have chosen 3 rivers: National Waterways 1, Ganga; National Waterways 2, Brahmaputra; National Waterways 16, Barak. And they found viable. And that is why they have decided and signed an MOU with us, and they have decided to operate more than 100 number of barges in 3 these particular rivers. So that proves that Indian rivers are navigable, viable. It can be operated very, very efficiently, and which will have cost-effective and also eco-friendly, cost-effective, and which will ultimately create a society of holistic health and better relationship based on kind of natural environment. And I believe with this particular novel endeavor we are assembling here today, and I hope that you have brought all kind of knowledge, wisdom, energy, skill to make this particular event very meaningful and futuristic. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and inspiring words. Thank you so much. The Inland Waterways Authority of India, IWAI, is proud to spearhead transformative initiatives aimed at establishing inland waterways as a sustainable, efficient, and cost-effective mode of cargo transport across the country. In alignment with this vision, we shall now exchange memorandums of understanding, MOUs, between IWAI and key stakeholders, including logistics providers, industry partners, port authorities, and government bodies. I would like to call them on the stage. I would like to call Shri A.K. Bansal, NER and TNL, Shri Raj Singh, Chairman Heritage River Journeys Private Limited, to exchange the MOU on development and induction of new cruise vessels for river cruise tourism on national waterways. Next, I would like to call upon Shri K.K. Nath, Member of Finance, IWAI, Shri Ratinder Raman, Chairman, SMPK, to exchange the MOU on development of Balaghar Terminal, West Bengal. Now I would like to call upon Shri K.K. Nath, Member Finance, IWAI, and Shri Ratinder Raman, Chairman, SMPK, to exchange the MOU on development of Balaghar Terminal, West Bengal. Now, I would like to call upon Shri K.K. Nath, Member Finance, IWAI, Shri K.P. Singh, Special Secretary, Transport Department, UP, to exchange the MOU on development of ship repair facility at Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. Now I would like to call upon Shri Sanjeev Kumar, AHS IWAI, and Shri Vikas Malviya, CEO, Alkananda Cruises, to exchange the MOU on induction and operation of cruise vessels on NW1. Now I would like to call upon Shri Praveen Bora, Director ICIWAI Guwahati, and Deepak Sablok, CGM IPRCL, to exchange the MOU on development of cruise terminals at Niyamati, Silghat, Biswanath Ghat, and Gurjan. Now I would like to call upon Shri A.K. Mishra, CEJ MVP IWAI, and Shri K.P. Singh, Special Secretary, Transport Department, UP, to exchange the MOU on development of river cruise terminals at Varanasi 2 numbers. I would like to call upon Shri Kuldip Singh, Director, IWAI, and Shri K.P. Singh, Special Secretary, Transport Department, UP, to exchange MOU on development of Regional Center of Excellence at Varanasi. I would like to call upon Harshvardhan, Secretary IWAI, and Deepak Sablok, CGM IPRCL, to exchange the MOU on creation of Regional Center of Excellence. Now I would like to call upon Shri A.K. Mishra, CEJ MVP IWAI, Professor Z. Ahmad, IIT Roorkee, to exchange the MOU on river conservancy and training works, hydraulic modeling, and waterway management. I would request all to give them a big round of applause. Now I would like to call upon Shri Karur Singh, DY Director, IWAI, and DP Materia, CECWC, to exchange the MOU on river rejuvenation, water resources management, and ecological sustainability. I would request everyone to please give them a round of applause. Now I would like to call on Shri Karur Singh, DY Director, Shri K.P. Singh, Special Secretary, Transport Department, UP, to exchange the MOU on facilitating connection and development of shore electric charging infrastructure for vessels. Please give them a big round of applause. Now I would like to call upon Shri Praveen Bora, Director, ICIWAI Guwahati, and Deepak Sablok, CGM IPRCL, to exchange the MOU on development of Fancy Bazaar land. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all our dignitaries as well. Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now we'll be starting our next panel discussion. As we move forward to our second panel discussion, it is our privilege to invite the following esteemed dignitaries to the dais. Session moderator, Shri Waliul Islam, Partner EY. I request everyone to please settle down as we'll be starting our next session in a while. I request everyone to please settle down. Thank you. As we move forward to our second panel discussion, it is our privilege to invite the following esteemed dignitaries to the dais. Our session moderator, Shri Waliul Islam, Partner EY. Our eminent panelists, Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, ex-secretary, MOPSW member, TNCLT. Let's give him a big round of applause. Shri Gyanendra Dev Tripathi, IAS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam Transport Department. Shri Venkatraman R. Hegde, Ministry of Tourism. Shri A.K. Bansal, Chief Engineer, IWAI. Shri Deepak Sablok, Group General Manager, IPRCL. Shri Raj Singh, Founder and Chairman, Antara River Cruises. Shri Sanjay Basu, Chairman, Far Horizon Tours Private Limited and Adventure Resorts and Cruises Private Limited. Shri Vikas Malviya, CEO, Founder Director of Alakananda Cruise Line Limited, Varanasi. The panel is all yours, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you and a very warm welcome to all of you. Am I audible at the back? Hello. Okay. Again. Again, a very warm welcome to all of you as we start this session on the river tourism. We have just heard the Honorable Minister sir talking about developing 100 cruise terminals across India to promote the river tourism. But in fact, in India, the river has always been the lifeline of India's heritage and the cultural activities. The rivers like Ganga, Brahmaputra, Godavari, Narmada has always been very rich in culture and the tourism activities. Also, how we are seeing that along with the other tourism activities, how the river tourism is coming of age and taking a center stage in terms of the tourism. So with this note, we would like to start this session, and I will start with Sanjeev Ranjan sir. Sir, with your vast experience of working with various government institute and the departments and having led a lot of policy initiatives in the transport sector. Sir, with your experience of the policy and the transport, how do you see we can design the river cruise circuits and kind of promote that? At the same time, how do you see that multiple stakeholders, different ministers, the state government and the other stakeholders can come together, have a better coordination to develop this river cruise tourism?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I think this session, in my opinion, is a pivotal session. The cruise tourism, though IWI has listed it as the second session, I think this should be, the cruise tourism should be the opening batsman. I IWI has been working on the waterways for a long time. The Jalma Vikas program with an investment of 5,000 crores had the NW1 developed and the jetties made. And IWI has been trying to get the whole thing operational. While we are at it, we had a cruise conference in Mumbai, that was 21. And there this idea of a cruise from Varanasi to Dibrugarh was born. And we fortunately have Mr. Raj Singh here. He operated that cruise in 23 January, December, January, from Varanasi to Dibrugarh, which was the longest cruise that we have had. It's a record. I'm told that it's already gone on the Guinness Book of World Record. It's on the Limca's book. I'm sorry, it's on the Limca's book, but I wish it is also on the Guinness Book. If it goes on the Guinness Book of World Record and the people see it, that is the best kind of a publicity and a certificate to show that the waterways are navigable. Any doubts which anyone has would be taken care of. And it is thanks to longest cruise that today we have people lined up on the logistics side on carrying the cargo, which is certainly much more high risk, requires a much higher investment. So they have to be doubly assured that the waters are indeed navigable and their assets, their investments would not be in any way put to any risk. Therefore, the cruise tourism is going to open up, give the industry, the logistics industry, the kind of assurances they require to prove that they are into good business. And therefore, thanks to the work done and the opening up done by the longest cruise that we had, now we have Rinus and others, as we heard Honorable Minister mentioned in his inaugural speech, that they are assured, and I'm sure the potential that we have on our waterways will be fully utilized. Now coming back to the cruise tourism itself and how do we make a success of it. Now based on that, and in the earlier years, in addition to the developing the waterways, the floating jetties which the IWA has put up various places was indeed used by the longest cruise that we had, where they sailed down Banaras into various places and they had big crowds which assembled at these places. Now thanks to that experience, IWA has a plan for doing these river jetties all along the waterways which are navigable, and I'm finding that there's a whole host of waterways that were mentioned. There's a plan. So a river cruise would require the hard assets in terms of the boats and the jetties. We are very much there. The PPP model for getting the boats with the viability which has already been proven, I think we can easily do it. The number of vessels are going up, but with standard designs and some kind of a support which is already there in the various schemes that the ministry has, I'm sure the number of assets, the hard assets that we have would build up. But more important are the soft assets which are required to be developed. When a cruise passenger comes, he doesn't expect any kind of a headache for himself. He's a leisure customer. He doesn't want to bother himself by running around and trying to find a transport for him to take him to whatever historical site that is near the jetty. So therefore, tying up the logistics around the jetties is crucial. The best of the cruise operators do it themselves. But now, with the Inland Vessel Act in place and the state governments fully on board, particularly of the states where rivers have traditionally been the way of transportation, the state governments should try to develop these jetties as multimodal, okay, for logistics, yes, but even for cruise tourism, a multimodal hub where on the shore we are able to provide all that the cruise passenger would require for movement of the cruise passenger when he lands from the jetty to the various historical sites. Therefore, parking, drinking water, other kind of amenities that he requires for any cruise terminal when a person lands. Plus, in a 100-kilometer vicinity, if we are able to have a well-charted kind of tourism circuits developed for them, it will be a partnership between the state government's tourism department, If a private operator is able to do it, nothing like it. So for various locations, depending on the viability, we have to have private partners roped in who are able to assist the cruise operators at that jetty point, take them around and bring them back the boat safely and giving a first-class world experience. Now, very many of the places that we have in our country qualify for this kind of a model, 100%. It's a matter of some of our young entrepreneurs being able to put their act together and develop PPP models with the state government and IWI should support so that the cruise operator come in large numbers and use the infrastructure, the hard infrastructure that we are able to create, make India a global tourism hub. I was in some of these countries. Egypt, I went last year, and there you have hundreds of cruise vessels going up and down the Nile. I am confident with the kind of opening which has now been done in terms of the hard labor which IWI has done to promote, to open up and make them fully navigable around the year, NW1 and NW2, and the other rivers, we would be able to reach that kind of a scale. But while we do that, I think the sustainability and the ecological concerns are equally important. I'm sure the numbers are going to ramp up very quickly. So we have to be cognizant of this fact that the assets that we create are going to be sustainable in long run. So whatever we design, that has to be at the back of our mind. We already have the policy framework. The Honorable Minister mentioned about the Cruise Bharat Mission, which provides some kind of a framework. Ministry of Tourism also has the Swadesh Darshan, where they talk of sustainable and responsible development. Those principles are laid out. The mechanisms are there in place. The cruise tourism is going to be a game changer as far as the waterways are concerned. Having established the viability and the potential of these waterways, logistics, cargo is going to follow in a big way. So I suppose this important session is crucial. If you're able to, we have vessels going up. I'm sure they go up exponentially as far as cruise is concerned. But I see a great future. And with the numbers and the kind of expectations people have, there's a market which is there for our entrepreneurs to tap. We should have many more MOUs for many more activities that are involved in cruise tourism, and tourism is the biggest multiplier as far as employment is concerned. States where these rivers flow urgently require the communities to be benefited from that. So what tourism that comes, the community should see a stake. And therefore, if we are able to ensure that the models that we develop, we are able to involve the communities in terms of the profits going to them, this would be one of the important, crucial ingredients for the entire business to be sustainable. If we leave them out, we would have challenges coming our way. So there's another aspect which I'd like to flag. And with that, I'm sure it's going to be development for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And we truly believe now that river tourism is actually opening batsman, setting the context in many fronts in terms of the ecotourism, sustainability, and development of the local communities. Thank you very much, sir, for your insights. I would like to go to now Venkatraman, sir. While we have talked about the river tourism, but how, sir, you see that this river tourism fits into the kind of overall tourism growth strategy of Government of India? We have come a long path from the Incredible India. We are taking a lot of initiatives, and we are promoting India as a tourism hub, not only for the international tourists, but also for the domestic tourists. In this overall scheme, how do you see the river tourism is kind of fitting into?
Yeah, thank you. To start with, I will disclose with his permission his business model. He said his cruise is fully sold out till 2027. That will convey the kind of volume waiting for all of us, and which is untapped. And second, usually we say sky is the limit. For cruise tourism, ocean is the limit. It is endless. It can be, it is only, from our side, we only tapped maybe a 0.001%, but that kind of opportunity is lying before us. Now, tourism per se, it has always been a national priority, including cruise tourism, because not only it creates a lot of economic, it brings a economic value addition, it also a livelihood provider for large number of people. Like in India, we are, if you put direct and indirect employment, it is about 8 crore people are directly depending on the tourism. Now, similarly, globally, about 10% of the GDP is coming from the tourism, but we are little behind. It is about 5%. So therefore, opportunities are lying behind us. Now, it is also a priority. But if you see that in Ministry of Tourism, when we assess prioritize the things where we are okay and where we need to improve, the best thing comes to our mind is Travel and Tourism Development Index published by World Economic Forum. Now, if you see that, there are so many indicators, but few of the indicators we are extremely good. Like natural resources, we rank among 7 out of 125, 130 countries. Similarly, cultural tourism, we are ranking around 9. Then price competitiveness, we are ranking around 18. Similarly, port cities maybe a 25, and airport cities 26. But overall countries rank is 39. But in some of the area, like congestion, crowding, easing out, spreading the tourism throughout the year, we are ranking very poorly. It is about 94. So what does it convey? In India, tourists are coming in a particular months. About 8 months are evenly distributed. In 4 months, roughly April, May, June, and then it is August, September. So that is actually a very low kind of, it is a lean months. So to address this kind of issue, and if you see the similarly placed countries like Thailand, Vietnam, or maybe Spain, they are attracting the tourism throughout the years, that is 365 days. How they do it? They will do it by bringing in a new destination or new offer for such seasons, which is otherwise not looked into. So therefore, here also for Ministry of Tourism, if we have to extend it to a 365 days tourism, then definitely cruise and river tourism is the way we have to go forward, and Ministry of Tourism consider this as one of the niche product. So that is number one. Number two is, like already it has been laid out, to achieve this kind of things, and since it is growing from all angle, we need to also bring in a capacities to that side. To enhance that side, we require maybe a religious center on the bank of the river. Then there may be a hub and spoke kind of thing, like from ocean cruise to the river cruise. Then developing some of the centers like Kerala has shown backwater as a wellness tourism, and wedding tourism is growing very well, and going forward even cruise may also tap that as a wedding tourism for that purpose. So that will bring a lot of new addition to it. And even the younger generation, if you see the taste of the tourists in different age brackets, the youth, especially like those who are sitting in a IT kind of things, they are spending about 60–70% of their income on tours. And it is unlike what we think about. And they always search for a newer destination. So they already explored the existing destinations. They are waiting for that. If we won't provide, they will go outside the country, and we are exporting our income to the other country. To tap that part, we need to have additional destinations within the country. I think cruise and rivers are the next generation destinations that can provide or bridge these gaps, especially for tourist point of view. Now the third is Ministry of Tourism again provides basically we promote the tourism along with the lines of or complementing the issues taken by the private as well as the state governments. But we also give certain financial assistance to the central financial assistance, Swadesh Darshan and Dekho Apna Desh. All these schemes are there. Presently, about 13–14 projects are being handholded by Ministry of Tourism with various agencies, including Inland Waterways. And also to understand and to sort out the common issues faced by various stakeholders. It may be a customs, or maybe immigration, maybe quarantine or others. So we are already having a national level apex committee. It is under Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, and also Secretary, co-chair of Secretary, Ports and Shipping. And they constantly meet, consistently meetings are going on. They are suggesting various ways forward. Based on these discussions, then SOPs have been prepared. It has been circulated to all the stakeholders. So therefore, everybody in all stakeholders are thinking in one pointed way. We have to improve the tourism, especially waterways and the cruise tourism are the way forward for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and very, very interesting how the river tourism is providing an alternative tourism destination for the India, which is now aspiring to find another kind of tourism destination. Also providing that 365 days kind of tourism industry and the tourism kind of market, so how river tourism is important. Now, when we have talked about the overall policy and the kind of how it fit into the tourism kind of strategy of India, I would like to kind of focus a little bit on the state from the Gyanendra Tripathi, sir. Sir, taking your Assam experience, Brahmaputra River has always been a kind of trove and treasure of the cultural heritage and the kind of history. How the Assam government has leveraged Brahmaputra River for its cultural kind of history and the kind of ecology, and how it has benefited the local communities. If you can share some of the insights from there.
Thank you. In fact, when we talk about this Assam's experience, in fact, before I start talking about Assam's experience, I'm really ignited by what remarks made by your the former Secretary, Sir Sanjeev Ranjan, sir, and also Mr. Venkatraman. So here, in fact, I remember one class of the economics where it was being taught that two things basically we should be doing, and then we will be thinking like an economist. And what are the two things? That whenever you get a missing market, try to create that missing market. So if a market is missing, bring all the stakeholders and create a missing market, like Uber created a missing market for the taxi drivers and taxi runners. Similarly, wherever there is an opportunity, create a missing market. And the second thing which he says that wherever it is possible, create the property rights. So wherever you are giving something means there should be no issue of tragedy of commons, that things are basically in the public forum and no one is responsible for that. So fix the responsibilities, give the titles, give the property ownership rights. So the entire Assam's experience is basically revolving around these two principles. In fact, we had fortunately a World Bank project for dealing with this inland water transport sector. And there these ideas of the economics have come and have really transformed the sector in last over about a decade's time. So we talk about the river Brahmaputra. Brahmaputra connects from one side all the heritage places, all the tea gardens, the oil wells. In fact, it is the most vivacious connecting line of Assam, starting from Dhubri all the way up to Sadia. It's connecting all possible tourist destinations of Assam, and river Brahmaputra, if we start focusing on that by way of this cruise tourism, the sky is the limit. And the efforts of government of Assam are reflected in the total footfall of tourists who are visiting to Assam in 2022-23. The total tourists visited Assam is around 98 lakhs, touching about 1 crore. So that number basically shows that Assam is gaining its true potential as a destination for the tourists. The number of tourists who are coming from domestic and coming from the outside, even about 20,000 international tourists visit Assam. So these two things are basically the validation of what policies government of Assam has taken. So now what are the things government of Assam has been doing? One, putting a proper end-to-end infrastructure. It is not that, as sir is saying, that okay, when we are creating jetties, what is about the last mile connectivity around the jetties? Suppose if a tourist comes and he lands on the jetties, after that what? So connecting with the communities in the form of self-help groups, local jetty management committees, local tourism management committees, heritage site management committee. So this kind of community connection basically has really given a very, very good fillip to this kind of tourism, and addresses the both sides of the economics, the supply side as well as the demand side. The people who are basically coming with different kind of items, and they are basically selling to the tourists. So tourist gets the best things directly from the people, and people getting the best price because our whole chain of middlemen basically gets broken from this particular thing. So this missing market creation is basically bringing a very good situation. In terms of policy, because when we think of river cruising, it is not simply just sit in the cruise and thereafter you'll have to think through a 360-degree the ecosystem. And that river cruise ecosystem that Assam has put in place, thanks to this, again, I'm again repeating this World Bank project of Assam Inland Water Transport Sector Development Project. So what kind of project? It has brought the tourism, it has brought the transport, it has brought the industries which are basically incentivizing different kind of behaviors, industries, the culture department, and all the stakeholders, means various operators, they have also been brought on the same platform. Now, encouraged by this kind of government policies, what we have seen that number of private operators, they have come to operate a number of cruises in public-private partnership mode. Whether we say number of tourist operators, so they are MV Mahabahu. Mahabahu is a very, very important ship that starts from Guwahati, goes all the way to different places along the river Brahmaputra. And people travel. And as the experience which is being shared, the longest journey from Banaras to Dibrugarh, that has really created a new momentum in the Assam. And community jetties which are being proliferated under the project as well as under the policy of the Government of India, they are really transforming this cruise tourism, connecting the tourists with the people directly, and a kind of subsidiary activity that has emerged. In fact, since community jetties are getting proliferated, people have also joined hands and they have started coming as a floating markets. So people, 3-4 boat walas, basically they gather together, they make a floating market, they come into the river, keeping the requirements and the targets of the tourist in mind. So these are the things, the policy which is being made at Government of India level is actually working at the state government level. And thank you very much for asking this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we have a great learning experience where we can involve the local communities through creation of the market and everything. I will go to Vansal sir next. IWI has been a kind of great facilitator for promoting the river tourism. Your experience with IWI is for more than 2 decades, and you have seen how IWI, starting from the fairway development, has taken up other activities, including the promotion of the river tourism. Sir, how do you think that, what are the kind of policy support and the other intervention IWI has taken to promote the river tourism, and why it is important for IWI?
Thank you very much for the question. Today in the speech of Honorable Minister, he has given very lucrative figures which has come up during the last 1 decade. The number of cruise vessels has increased from 3 to 29, and number of rivers which are navigable for river cruise tourism has gone up from 3 to 13. So these figures has given some work to IWI also, how we have to work. So we have approached, IWI has adopted a multi-dimensional strategy to transform India's inland waterways into vibrant river cruise ecosystem. Our initiatives are aligned with Cruise Bharat mission and focus on 3 major key drivers. One is robust infrastructure. Second one is strong partnership with the river cruise operators. And third one is the policy supports. So these are the 3 major items on which we are focusing on to increase the river cruise tourism on national waterways. On infrastructure front, we are developing the national waterways by doing end-to-end fairway development works, which include dredging and river training works. For example, for National Waterway 1 from Banaras to Haldia, we have divided the entire waterway into 10 stretches, and the fairway development works are in place for the entire waterway. Similarly, we have also taken up river Brahmaputra from Bangladesh border to Dibrugarh, and the end-to-end dredging mechanism and fairway development works are in place. Like this, we are providing the waterways. Second part is the terminals for embarkation and disembarkation of the cruise passengers. So what we have done, we are in close discussions with cruise operators. We are asking them where they need the terminal and what type of infrastructure they are requiring. So based on their demand, we are creating terminals on national waterways at various places, community jetties for embarkation and disembarkation of the passenger. Third point which we have taken on the terminal is that the green initiative kind of thing. Whenever the vessels, these cruise vessels are moving on waterways, they take number of days to ply on the waterways and they halt in between. While they are halting on certain locations, what we have done in consultation with them, we have provided the electric shore connection at the terminals so that during the night times when they require the energy, that can be delivered through the electric shore connection, and they don't used to use a diesel and all these kind of things which create pollution on the rivers. So, this is the fairway development and infrastructure part. And secondly, we have also for safety and efficiency of this river cruise vessel on waterways, we have created round-the-clock navigation system by a river information system and electronic navigation charts that have been introduced recently. And beside this, we are putting the aids to navigation throughout the national waterways for plying the vessels during day and night. So these are the initiatives which we have taken for safety and security of the vessels. And then when these vessels are plying on rivers, so there is if something goes wrong, so who is going to help them at that point of time in emergencies? So we have placed our tugs at workboats at various places. Whenever they require some assistance in the river, so we provide the tug assistance to the vessels. And beside this, we are also giving them the pilotage services. For plying in the river, depth is the problem. So it is very important the experienced person who can guide the vessel to navigate through the river. So we have experienced pilots with us, and we have on their demand, we give them the pilot on very nominal prices, daily basis, and they guide the vessels properly into the river where exactly they have to ply so that they do not face any difficulty while plying. Then our Cruise Bharat mission, spearheaded by Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, which aims to create synergy across ministries, state and ports authorities to develop world-class terminals and integrate river cruise circuits with cultural and heritage tourism. IWI is playing a central role by aligning its infrastructure development with this mission and forming strategic partnership with the governments, private operators and international cruise lines. We have now in the process of developing world-class river cruise terminals at Varanasi, Kolkata, Guwahati, Sealghat, Vishwanath Ghat, Nimati and Guizan. Some of these places are on National Waterway 1 and some are on National Waterway 2. So this will create dedicated cruise terminals where the vessels can berth over the night and they can use all kind of facilities on the terminals, world-class facilities. So these facilities being planned at these terminals in due discussion with cruise operators. We have not selected the location of our own. We have a due discussion with the cruise operators as well as the technical experts like IITs who are doing the DPRs for these cruise terminals. And we sat together, all three parties, and decided the location and the infrastructure, what kind of infrastructure we have to create on these terminals. In short, our vision is to make river cruising not just a mode of transport, but an immersive cultural experience supported by world-class infrastructure, cutting-edge navigation, and strong industry collaboration. So this is what we are doing on national waterways for improving the river cruise tourism. Thank you very much.
Very, very informative. Sometimes you can only see the result, but there are a lot of activities going on behind the scene. And I think IWI deserve a round of applause for undertaking those activities. Thank you very much, Bansal sir. Now moving on, we have talked about a lot of areas, but one of the key important is the infrastructure. And I think as IPRCL, we are taking a lot of kind of activities to develop that infrastructure. Deepak sir, my question to you on No, I think now it's working probably. Okay. So my question to Deepak sir, that as IPRCL is pioneer in developing the terminal infrastructure and the modern jetties, sir, how do you see that, how we can bridge that gap of developing that terminal infrastructure which is amenable to the river tourism? And also at the same time, when we design that infrastructure, how we can incorporate the local theme and the culture? And thirdly, the terminal infrastructure for the river tourism is something different from the other infrastructure which is required, because we have to cater to different kind of people, the kids, the family, and the elderly people. So what are the kind of design elements and the other areas we are incorporating into developing the terminal infrastructure? Because it is one of the key enabler for development of the river tourism.
Thank you. I think you have covered three questions majorly. So first I'll say that cruising has become way of life in many of the developed countries, and people love to travel by the cruise when they do not have so much of environmental and cultural places to see as we have in India. Honorable Minister and Bansalji has just told that from 2014 till date, the cruise population has increased from 3 to 29. So corresponding infrastructure is required to be developed, for which IPRCL has been chosen by IWI. I'm grateful to them that we are doing our bit to increase the infrastructure, and that infrastructure is being planned in consultation with stakeholders, and all the latest technology is being imbibed into the designs so that it should go along for next 5 to 6 decades. So what are the challenges I like to tell you? I also wish to inform that the first jetty I constructed was in Bogeyville, which is about 1,000 square meters, and the month of June we started, when the then Secretary Port Shipping and Waterways said that in monsoons, how will you do that? So we said, no, we'll do it. We'll evolve the methods and methodologies. And we worked from June end, and in February, in 7 months' time, we completed. Honorable Minister himself came to see in December that whether they'll be able to do it or not, but yes, we completed. And then he said that you enhance it by another 1,000 square meters. And again in the month of June we started, and again in 6 months' time we completed. But what are the challenges? The challenges are, the major challenge is the liquefaction. We were designing everything for the scar, but it was not the scarring which was determinantal, it was the liquefaction, and it is in the zone 5. So sudden earthquakes makes it totally like a liquid sand, and the friction is not there. So the pile depths are increasing to 40 to 50 meters, what we were planning as 25 meters. And at the same time, in the design, number of changes had to be done, which is for the safety of the passengers so that we don't have any mishap. Apart from that, another major challenge which is not there anywhere in the world is that the variation of the fluctuations in water level of Brahmaputra are about 8 meters, 8.5 meters. And as the ship operators, they generally operate from October to March, April. At that time also 6 meters of water variation is there. And elderly people, children, or differently abled people, they need to walk out from the ships or the cruise and get on, because that is, they want to see the places around which are religious, which are tourism places. Then how do they come out because of this vast variation in the water levels. Then we had lot of brainstorming and we have worked on, and the gangways with the dolphins, with the guide piles, with the yoke, we are able to seamlessly ensure that the 1 in 8 slope is maintained in which people are able to walk comfortably, and golf carts, etc., or EVS cars, they will be able to take the people who are not able to walk of their own. And for that, lot of research was done, and then we came out with some solutions, and that is what is imbibed. For the safety, for the comfort, for the passenger amenities, all the infrastructure which is being created, that is having a blend of the local architecture as well as the modern architecture. So whether it is Assam or Jammu Kashmir or Delhi, we are trying to have the local architecture. For example, in Srinagar, they are on NW49, Jhelum River, 8 jetties are coming up and another 10 are coming up in the Dal Lake, where we are trying to have the walnut paneling on the walls like a shikara, and Khatam Band, which is the ceiling, which will give the best of the architecture of the local, and from outside it will look like the modern buildings. And trust me that when you see all these locations, including Sonia Vihar at Delhi, where we are trying to have musical fountains with depicting all the rivers of India and the history of Delhi, it will be such a interesting and experience for the passengers that they would like to come again and again. At the moment, the project of Sonia Vihar is on, where we are doing everything on the container base because of the NGT policy, and it is on the floodplain area of the Yamuna River. But it will be an experience for the Delhiites and NCR, because for them a water body having a cruise circuit of 5 kilometers, it is unheard of, unbelievable. So all these 7 meters per second is the current in Brahmaputra. So while doing the execution, we had to evolve lot of methodologies as how to ensure that all the piles are vertical. Trust me, 56 piles during the monsoon of 1 meter diameter and 40 meter deep were completed with day and night, irrespective of the rainfall, irrespective of the floods. And the width of the Brahmaputra will be, you will be shocked to hear, is more than 19 kilometers width of the river during the monsoons. At Bogeyville itself, the width of the river is 5.6 kilometers. So it keeps changing its course, and we need to protect the banks, and for which all kind of piling, sheet piling, contiguous piling, and stone pitching. There are many things which are being evolved and are being done depending upon the location to location for the safety, so that the bank does not get eroded and all the infrastructure created does not get affected. Apart from this, there are challenges that the location should be such. I mean, I would like to say, somebody in the previous panel said that we should have factories, we should have industries close to the waterways so that we are able to take the best advantage of the transportation. It should come in the catchment area. My basic background is from the railways. I have served for 26 years. When air-conditioned coaches were not there, ice sills, huge blocks of ice was being put inside the coaches between the underframe, so that the latent heat is absorbed and the cooling was being done. This was done for more than 3 decades. All the ice factories are on Bombay-Delhi route on the railway line, railway tracks, which are still in operation, although railways no longer buy, as it has become now air-conditioned coaches with a different technology. Likewise, when we are developing all the terminals, whether cargo terminals, passenger terminals, cruise terminals, these are going to cover all kind of industries. Then the industries will start coming up. Honorable Minister told me that you take 20 acres of land. When we were doing Bogeyville, I said, sir, I need only 5.7 acres. He says, you don't know, once the terminal, cargo terminal, passenger terminal comes up, then the value of the land will go many-fold and you will not get the land. And that is exactly what happened. And now we are utilizing the balance 13 acres for a first marine engineering college, which is going to happen as a regional center of excellence, which is happening first time in India, and that is going to cater for all the people for the river cruise training, which will be very helpful for the country, and many more are going to come up. in nutshell, I would like to give all the credit to Chairman IWI and the IWI that they are focusing on this area which was very neglected, which was not so popular. Now people are coming up, like we did Palace on Wheel. The booking is for next 10 years, you don't get it. As Raj Singh ji has told that up 2027, the bookings are not there for all the cruises. He is already building another 3 cruise of 75 meters. So it is coming up, it is going big way, and Bansal ji, his full team, they are working very hard that this area which was having neglect now comes up and it will become so popular in India that it will be way of life in India also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And we heard from our distinguished panelists. I would like to move to kind of private sector now, and the private sector and the investors, operator who are actually putting the money and making it a kind of commercially viable. I would like to start from the Raj Singh, sir. The Ganga Vilas has been one of the moments which kind of transformed the river tourism in India. What is your kind of experience, also having seen the kind of international river tourism? What are the kind of consumer preferences is changing in river tourism? Hello?
Yes, I can.
How the kind of tourism preference and the consumer behavior is changing towards the river tourism? And how do you want the river to be treated to kind of make it a more sustainable and kind of ecologically sustainable for a kind of longer period where we can sustain the river tourism?
Okay, thank you. The questions, I'll try to answer the best possible. I may go a little bit off here and there as it happens. So first of all, I just want to say that Rajiv Ranjan Saab and I, in 2021, in a meeting like this in Bombay, was the one when we were talking about river cruises and about this Varanasi to Dibrugarh cruise. We talked about it and that sort of situation. And with the help, assistance of IWI, without that it would not have been possible, that we were able to operate the longest cruise, you know. So it was all due to the combined efforts of the Ministry of Shipping, IWI, and us as the stakeholders that we were able to do that. But then the interesting thing is that we did prove that our waterways are navigable and they can be utilized further. But then what we have to do is that we have to now move to a next level. And when we are talking of next level, that's what we're going to do for Brahmaputra. We are coming there. I mean, those are the, which Sir had mentioned, those cruises for 27 are the cruises on the Brahmaputra, which are very, very popular. And the ships have not yet been built, but they're already sold out in that way. So it's a good to know here that there are these community things which you are doing and where we can plug the things in there. But the most important thing, in my opinion now, for river tourism as such is, when we think of a place like Taj Mahal, everyone knows it as a destination. When you think of Varanasi, everyone knows where Benares is. No, you don't need to do it. Now, for our rivers, what the states and the government of India, Ministry of Shipping, IWI need to do is that they have to formulate a plan where rivers are the destinations for river cruise tourism, for people to know that, let's go to the Brahmaputra as a river. And that is our next challenge. The first challenge was, of course, whether our rivers are navigable, which we were able to do it and that sort of thing. The next is, and that is where we have to kind of all get together and promote our rivers as destinations. And in that, each of the states, they would play a very important role because they have to identify the places and the parts of the river which they think are good from tourism perspective and work with IWI from the technical aspect. So our joint effort needs to be made. The other thing which is very important is in this aspect of our rivers as destinations. Of course, we have 111 rivers, 111 rivers. Now, out of 111 rivers, even, I mean, let's see at river cruise tourism in the world. Nile, Egypt, one river, hundreds of ships, as Rajiv Ranjan Sawant said. I think I was there recently, 400 ships operating up and down, and absolutely fine. They were sustainable, there's no effect on the environment, and everything is there. Look at Mekong, about 50 ships. I mean, so there are, of course, Europe has the largest market. They have, Europe has got 80% of the river cruise tourism in the world. About, I would say, 2 million passengers, from my statistics as I know. And it's an industry, I mean, I am aware of at least one of the river cruise companies, one of the largest ones, who do twice the amount of turnover than Lufthansa Airlines on river cruising. So it's a big business. And that is what differentiates it from ocean cruising, where people come to Bombay, Goa, and people spend only one day at each place. But here people are there, like Ganga Vilas was 52 days. So tourists are there for 52 days. So they're all expenses, taxes, everything. So the revenues are phenomenal when it comes to river cruise tourism. So what we need to do is that the states of India, especially from the tourism aspect, needs to have a certain budget, especially for the river as a destination, to promote it, along with the Ministry of Shipping, IWI, who will do the technical. And that way, it's not only the major national highways, but there would be other highways, other waterways in the state, which are state waterways and all, which can also be looked. And it doesn't have to be longer cruises. It could be shorter cruises, it could be day cruises. It could be morning, evening cruises. So there are these immense possibilities. So what we have to look at is as a next stage of rivers as a destinations in India. And with 111 rivers, out of that, if we have, say, even 30 to 40 rivers, which we can streamline and make them properly navigable from the tourism aspect, imagine the amount of revenues, imagine the amount of employment it can generate directly and indirectly, keeping in mind that we have learned doing a lot of sort of research, travel on the rivers. So when you go in the interiors of the rivers, you come to villages, you come to small cities, and that's also where we interact in the sense that, of course, there are artisan villages where you go there and visit them. And there are economic benefits. So basically, once we develop river cruise tourism, we will be actually assisting the interior people, the hinterland, economically. Also, when it comes to employment, majority of our people, I would say almost 100%, are from the local areas. We train them, and they become part of the whole system. So there is a certain amount of employment, certain amount of benefits which are coming. And that is why river cruise tourism has a much higher potential from economic point of view, from the employment point of view, and also this will save our rivers. That's the most important thing. Is what is important? All the rivers, I mean, of course, Yamuna is being revived. What is the problem with Yamuna? There is no minimum flow. There has to be a minimum flow to keep our rivers alive. One of the things is, how do we keep our rivers alive? If you dam them up on the Himalayas, and if there's not going to be flowing water, of course, that is where the rivers will not have enough water. So in order to make our rivers alive, sustainable living, we need to have a minimum flow. And one of the things which we can do is river cruise tourism or river cruises are one of the kind of, I would say, parameters where we know what is the amount of water which is coming in there. How can we do it? So when our rivers go through, whether it's the Ganga or the Brahmaputra or Bangladesh, we know what is the draft. Is the water coming out or not? So practical reality is something which we have to see. And that is what is the important thing, is to keep, and that's why the states, lesser known rivers are very important to keep them living, alive. that's a thing. So that's what, I hope that answers. I mean, I can go on other aspects, but I don't want to take more time.
Thank you, sir. These are very important aspects you have highlighted. Thank you, sir, very much. Just moving on, Mr. Vikas, with your experience of running the Alkananda cruise line in Ganga in UP, and we know that it is one of the pioneer in promoting the local artisans and the crafts. So how do you kind of incorporate then in your business model when you are promoting the local artisans and the craft in a river cruise industry?
Namaste to everyone on and off the dais. I'm Vikas Malviya, coming from Varanasi, the oldest living city of the world. You must not be knowing that Varanasi is the only city which celebrates Deepavali twice every year. We all celebrated Deepavali last week, and Varanasi is going to celebrate Deepavali again on 5th of November. That is called Dev Deepavali. Every year on the day, auspicious day of Kartik Purnima, Varanasi celebrates Dev Deepavali. तो एज ए काशीवासी मैं आप सभी को आमंत्रित करता हूँ कि आप लोग काशी आएँ देव दीपावली के अवसर पे। वो आप सभी के लिए हमें विश्वास है कि एक अद्भुत और अलौकिक अनुभव होगा। And Varanasi is fully geared up to welcome you all on this occasion. Now coming to your question, artisans are gets very beneficial. They are the first beneficial, but in this case, both the parties are beneficial. The tourist on the cruise vessels, they get to buy the items, unique items of the local artisans directly from the artisans, so they get better price, and the artisans get better price because there is no middleman involved. So that is one thing. And during our cruise tours, we have on our different vessels, we have souvenir shops and memento shops, which only stocks the work of local artisans. And on some vessels, we don't have the enough space to establish the shop or the counter. There we show the local artisans' work on as a video clip on our large-scale TVs, and the guest, whoever gets interested in those, they contact our staff and buys the things. So definitely it is very beneficial. As you well aware, the cruise tourists are slightly above on economic strata, so they pay well, they buy well, and their experience enhances when they get to buy the unique things which the only local people creates. So definitely it is a very beneficial thing, and for both the thing, the local players and the cruise operator.
Thank you, sir. It's a kind of mutually beneficial relationship. I'll go to Mr. Sanjay Basu now. Sir, adventure tourism is one of the strong area of the far horizon. And there are a lot of artificial reality and the virtual reality experience to kind of make that experience very, very immersive. Sir, how you see that river tourism can be made more immersive experience with the help of those virtual reality and the artificial reality, and what has been your experience?
Thank you very much for having me here, and it's an honor. I would like to first and foremost say that I think the world, in a way, is cruise crazy, as we say in the tourism industry. It is the fastest growing sector in the tourism industry right now. And river cruising actually is the highest end of the value chain of the cruise sector. India has a potential on river cruising. I think we are not even scraping the top of the barrel at the moment. We are the most ancient, singularly living civilization on Earth. And all our civilizational developments happened along our rivers. And that is something that the world cannot, or there is no other place in the world where something so great and so diverse can be offered. From the heritage sites that we have along the river, to ancient cities, to national parks, villages, living cultures. the mix that we have to offer is really not there anywhere. Also, the center of river cruising in the world, which is Europe, which happens in winter, we are the only large-scale, diverse, multi-river destination on Earth, which happens in the winter months. We fill the gap of the river cruise industry, or even the cruise industry for that matter, from across the globe because of our seasonality. So the diversity of what we have to offer, the seasonality of what we have to offer is a very, very heady mix. Coming to myself, well, I started off in the 1990s in river cruising, when river cruising was unknown in this country. And that was when, in a way, river cruising was born in the Kerala backwaters, which actually was what we would call technically as canal cruising. When 2 cabin boats were built, and then in 2000 we built a 10 cabin boat, which was the largest canal cruise boat in India. And in fact, I would say the highlight of that whole, or the launch of that entire process was in 2002 when Pujaniya late Vajpayee ji, the then Prime Minister of India, came and stayed in our boat, the Vaikundam, and that was splashed across the whole country. And in a way, Kerala backwaters, Vembanad Lake, Kumarakom, and river cruising was born at that moment. After which then from Kerala backwaters, we came to Assam, and we had a joint venture together with Assam Tourism Development Corporation, built the MV Mahabahu, which has been rated as one of the top 10 river cruise ships of the world by Travel Insider magazine of Qantas Airline, and has been featured on the Nat Geo People channel twice worldwide for a 1-hour program. I would say that Kerala backwaters, where we operate, when we started, like I mentioned, with 1 or 2 boats, and there were a couple of boats more that were built subsequently, today has close to 2,000 boats. That is how much the growth of the sector has happened out there. We have seen the complete transformation of a subsistence fishing community and a subsistence farming community to go into tourism, ecotourism, cruise tourism, transforming that region completely. Similarly, in Assam, when we started, we were like one of the first boats there, and today the number of boats has increased and is increasing. Assam being very unique because the Brahmaputra is one of the 3 rivers which are navigable on Earth, which flows through a national park, which is the Kaziranga National Park. The only other 2 being in the Amazon and in the Zambezi Chobe River in Africa. When you're sailing on the Brahmaputra, you're looking at over 7,000 meter high snow-covered Himalayan mountains towering above you, which doesn't happen in any other river on Earth. And that's the kind of incredible diversity attractions that India has. Of course, the virtual promotion, the spread of this uniqueness is something that has to be done more, not just for the Brahmaputra or the Kerala backwaters, but for all our rivers. What we have to offer, this has to be spread across the world. Like I mentioned, we have brought Nat Geo People channel, we brought the National Geographic channel, we brought the MasterChef program of Channel 9 of Australia to promote all these attractions. The Brahmaputra has been written in over 200 publications across the world. And today we have operated close to about 10,000 passengers on the Brahmaputra River. And these are very high-end clients. In fact, this September, October, we concluded an 18-day cruise on the Brahmaputra, which is a record on the Brahmaputra itself, going from Dhubri right up to Charaideo Maidan, which is a newly declared UNESCO site. So the river has 3 UNESCO sites, Kaziranga, Manas, and Charaideo. very, very strong destination. I think if the promotion, the policies, and the infrastructure falls into place, India would possibly end up seeing close to about 500 river cruise ships across its entire geography. And unlike the sea cruises which visit India and give a revenue which is limited to only shore excursions, which means that a sea cruise ship visiting India gives possibly a revenue of $50 per person, river cruise ships give $200, $300 to $500 per person per day as a revenue that the country earns. And it gives that direct benefit of employment generation to the local communities. It gives the direct benefit of the consumption of the local produce. In Assam, for example, silk weaving or cotton weaving happens in every village. When the tourists go there, they buy directly from the villagers. So the benefit is really amazing. So looking at the reality, both augmented and virtual, I think the potential is so huge in the country that it is, like I said, we are just scraping the top of the barrel. Also, what we have to offer is unique. It is not there anywhere else in the world. And I think this is something that we really have to build up as a nation, government, industry, and every stakeholder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasu. Thank you for your insightful word. Now, having heard all our panelists, I would like to come back to Sanjeev Ranjan sir. Sir, your final and concluding remarks on what should be the next step for us in the reverse tourism sector.
I am aware that you want to conclude the session, but just before we end, Malviya Saab mentioned about Dev Deepavali being celebrated in Varanasi. And Basu Saab mentioned about the importance, the heritage of our waterways and the historical connect. Dev Deepavali is celebrated in Varanasi and in various other places of our country in various forms, which had a maritime connect with the rest of the world. In Odisha, you celebrate on the same day, Kartik Purnima Day, Boita Bandhana, all over the Odisha coast and part of Andhra. It is also the Bali Yatra, where women float boats in the river, candles, lamps in the river. That's the time when the monsoon winds used to blow from the Indian coast to the Southeast Asian countries. And sailors from all over the place used to board their vessels to go off to those far-off lands. While it is celebrated here in India along our eastern coast, it's also celebrated in these countries where they went to. In Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, parts of China, they have the Lamb Festival. And there's a historical maritime connect, which you just mentioned, which I'd just like to inform everyone. I have Mr. Murli from Tamil Nadu, I find here. Professor Murli, he's busy with other things. You have in Gangaikonda, Cholapuram, the same Kartik Purnima Day, people float lamps in the pond over there because the Cholas had a maritime connect with the Southeast Asia. So this is a great connect that you mentioned. It is not just Varanasi, but the entire eastern coast and the great maritime heritage and legacy that we have that we've been talking about.
Thank you, sir. And with this, we'll conclude this panel discussion. Thank you very much for your time and the insightful comments. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and all the panelists for the enriching session. We now request Shri Neeraj Singh, Assistant Secretary, IWAI, to felicitate our esteemed panelists. Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, ex-Secretary, MOPSW member TNCLT. Let's give them a big round of applause. Shri Gyanendra Dev Tripathi, IAS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam Transport Department. Shri Venkatraman R. Hegde, Additional DG, RNA, Ministry of Tourism. Shri Deepak Sablok, Group General Manager, IPRCL. Shri A.K. Bansal, Chief Engineer, NER and TNL IWAI. I would request everyone to please give round of applause. Shri Raj Singh, Founder and Chairman of Antara River Cruises. Shri Sanjay Basu, Chairman, Far Horizon Tours Private Limited and Adventure Resorts and Cruises Private Limited. Shri Vikas Malviya, CEO, Founder, Director of Alaknanda Cruise Line Limited, Varanasi. Let's give him a big round of applause. Shri Waliul Islam, Partner, EY. I would request everyone to please keep standing for a group photograph. Once again, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you once again. Faster. As we move forward to our third panel discussion, it's our privilege to invite the following esteemed dignitaries to the dais. Our session moderator, Srimati Kalpa Baid, Director, EY. I would like to request the audience to kindly pay attention and get seated down. I would now like to request Shri Ashutosh Dwivedi, IAS, the State Transport Commissioner of Bihar, to come to the dais. Shri Loknath Behra, Managing Director, Kochi Metro Rail Limited. Professor K. Murli, Dean, Department of Ocean Engineering, IIT Madras, Chennai. Shri Arnab Bandopadhyay, Lead Transport Specialist, World Bank. Mr. Richard Van Leer, Partner, Nestra. Colonel Gautama Datta, Managing Director of Marine Tech, India.
Captain Devendra Mannal, CEO and Director, Indigo Seaways Private Limited. I would request Colonel Gautama Datta, Managing Director, Marine Tech India, to come and take his place. Captain Devendra Marnal, CEO and Director, Indigo Seaways Private Limited, to take his space on the dais. Now I hand over this session to our moderator, Srimati Kalpa Bed, to take this forward.
Good afternoon, dear guests. So we've had a very enriching morning where we've discussed about the potential of cargo movement. We've discussed about the growing sector on cruise tourism. But how can we not talk about passenger movement through urban water transport systems, which is the actual soul of inland waterways? And yeah, they will settle down eventually. In the past decade, IWAI has grown its passenger patronage to over 70 million passengers using the urban water transport facility across the country. And this itself brings us to the forefront of this discussion, the panel on urban water transport systems, where we have the eminent panelists from the government of India, various government officials. We have some of our private sector players, and we also have our international delegates from Netherlands who have been working in the Asian countries for the inland waterway sector. So without much delay, I would actually quickly start with the discussion, and I would want to address the first query and the first question to Shri Loknath Beheraji, Managing Director, Kochi Water Metro. So you've been, Kochi Water Metro has been the pioneer for urban water metro systems in the country. And now you have an alley of projects up your portfolio, especially with the IWAI with over 18 projects and then another 2-3 projects across the country in very difficult states like Jammu and Kashmir as well. So how do you see urban water transport, and what are the best practices that you see can be adopted for the Indian geography? So if you can just throw some light on that.
So first, good afternoon to all of you. I know that most of you must be feeling to go and have lunch. So pre-lunch and post-lunch sessions are difficult, always. So with that disclaimer, I just start by saying that Kochi Water Metro is good. That's why people like it. It's good in many ways because it is very meticulously planned. And the planning inter alia has taken care of not only the technology, the entire ecosystem, but making it very passenger friendly so that if the passengers don't travel in public transport like metro or water metro, then it is a failure. So people like it, and because of various reasons. That's one is the number one, I should say, if planning is to be given importance, it has to be given importance. So you plan it meticulously to the every minor things. Then second thing is that it is technology. See what we did, Gautam is also here, and we actually engaged one of the world's largest and the companies for making the floating pontoons. And it is a very unique kind of pontoons, which is very disabled friendly, very good, very sturdy, very beautiful, and all those. And then what happens is that we have a system like the boat is really marvelous, and most of the people who travel in the boat, they say that they are inside an aircraft. And it has all the protocols like an aircraft with a, with announcement, safety, security and everything. And it is very compatible. And I say that you can work on your laptop without even a tilt, all throughout whenever you are going in the metro. That is how it has been built, is that the designers were good, they have meticulously planned it, and they use the LTO battery, which is actually charges in 15 minutes. When the people are getting into the boat, by that time the boat is charged. And there is passenger counting system. So after 96 passengers get into the boat, even I cannot get inside. The door gets automatically closed. Nobody can open that. So these particular things, and in fact the comfort, other things, that is technology and control from a OCC. We can see anything of the boat from the OCC, Operational Control Center. We use everything, whatever possible digital, whether it's ticketing, whether it is operation, everything go digital from the beginning. We have done that. So we have all kind of tickets, WhatsApp ticket, this ticket, the ONDC, everything is there. And mostly the technology also brought in the integration between the rail metro and the water metro. So one ticket, you can go both the things you can travel. Now you can travel also in our feeder bus services. So last mile connectivity has been ensured. So these kind of things is liked by the people, which can be replicated, as the Honorable Prime Minister, while inaugurating this particular project, said it can be replicated in other places where there is navigable water. But the best practice is that you have actually plan it, use the best technology, have a very sound financial system. Like we have actually this is a state project, and the state, obviously the Government of India assisted us actually in various ways, getting clearances, etc. And we actually took the loan from, finance from the KfW Germany, and they are quite good. They also actually helped us in actually upgrading us in many ways. So what has happened is that then this particular thing has ensured that those people who stay in 10 islands near to Cochin city, they have a regular structured transport. Because Mr. Saji and Mr. Sajan, they are in the audience, in the morning they decide what will be the headway. If the headway is 10 minutes, every 10 minutes in a jetty, in a terminal, we don't use the word jetty, we used to say that is a terminal just like the metro rail. So there will be a boat. So that is actually ensured this. So what ultimately happened, we were discussing about the tourism, out of the 5.5 million people traveled in 2 years, it is astoundingly beyond our expectations. So and it is a very limited route. We are only running in 6 routes with 20 vessels. But so much of popularity, and that the tourists, whoever comes to Kochi, makes it a point that he goes to the Chinese net as well as he goes to the water metro. That is the best thing. So when we are replicating this in various places, as I keep on saying, it cannot be 100% replicated because the water bodies are different. Say for example, Mumbai, we have sea water, we have creek water, we have backwater, we have river water, we have mangroves. So, and the depths also vary. So in that situation, the configuration of the boat, the design of the boat will be different, and there will be also the terminals will be different. And because here the people at one point of time, there may be 10,000 people coming and trying to get into a thing like Mahalakshmi metro station. So that is why it will be different from Varanasi. If you take Srinagar, it will be different. Varanasi will be different. Patna will be different, and everything. IWAI has taken cognizance of that. They have helped us with all plethora of data relating to the CMP, to the traffic data, etc. So we are actually doing in such a way that if it is a river, then what will be the pattern of actually the routes, and what will be the terminal size, how many people can go. All these things have been meticulously planned at this stage. So after the feasibility studies are completed by 31st of December this year, in respect to the 20 places what ma'am said, what we are going to do is that we are going to write the DPR. That is what is the next stage. Mumbai, they went one step forward. They actually immediately asked us to write the DPR. We are writing the DPR, and DPR will be completed by 31st of May. The last thing which I wanted to say, it changed the optics of the city of Kochi. Kochi is one of the most beautiful cities, as all of us know. It has a lot of water, beautiful. But what has happened is that now a lot of other companies' boats which are traveling, they have improved. They are coming with uniform. The crew are wearing uniform. They are actually, soft skills have changed, and the optics have changed. So this has brought in a lot of societal changes also in this, which will be there in other places, whether it be Patna or in Goa. Thank you, ma'am.
Right. So very rightly said, sir, that very similar to the urban transport mechanism, urban water transport also needs a branding, a safe and secure environment, and a holistic planning, technology choice, and overall the financial structuring that comes into play for the success of these infrastructure facilities. So this is definitely very, very enriching. Moving forward to the next question, in fact the next discussion point. So we have Shri Ashutosh Dwivedi from the state of Bihar. He is the State Transport Commissioner. And so, as we all know that the state of Bihar is a very, very large state, one of the largest state in the country. And the city centers are expanding. The state has an integrated urban transport mechanism. How do you see integrating urban water bodies into the transport system, and what are the policy frameworks and the interagency coordination mechanisms that you believe are essential for bringing this vision into a reality?
Thank you so much. As you rightly said, Bihar is very unique in itself. And rivers have been traditionally an important and integral part of the social as well as economical life of Bihar. And I think today it's a very opportune moment, because as we are discussing about urban transport, especially urban river transport in terms of Bihar, the whole of Bihar is concluding the festival of Chhath, which is intricately linked to water bodies. So that cultural connect can transform the overall mobility scenario in many ways. If you consider urban mobility, especially in Bihar, we are very much endowed with the potential. There are 7 inland waterways, 7 national waterways inside Bihar. We have over 1,000, about 1,300 kilometers to be precise, navigable river system. So all this has created a very unique scenario which gives a very good potential for Bihar in terms of water mobility. Now, if we come to urban transport, it has to be a holistic scenario. We cannot talk in silos, especially in terms of urban mobility, that, okay, this is rail, this is a different thing, this is land transport, this is a different thing, and water is different. It has to be an integrated mesh with last mile connectivity, and in that, rivers can play, these waterways can play a very important role, especially in Bihar, where Ganga and many other rivers are at the last course. We have multiple riverine islands in Bihar, which are called Diaras, and some of those riverine islands are so huge, they are blocks. One Raghopur Diara near Patna, it's a assembly constituency in itself. So connecting those through water mobility will be very important in times to come. And one more thing is that Bihar, as you said, is not only one of the largest, but it's definitely the most densely populated state with the lowest per capita land availability. So anything that we have alternate of land use, for example, if we build that much huge road network, especially in urban areas, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to expand roads beyond a point in urban areas. There, the water mobility can supplement very much. In all the cities, say Patna, Bhagalpur, in all the important cities. So in those terms, we are thinking, we are coming up with our maritime vision document, which focuses especially on urban mobility. And already in Bihar, we are in the process of setting up a maritime board, which will play a coordination role between various stakeholder departments, maybe transport department, the tourism department, the UDHD, which is running the Patna Metro. And along with that, we are focusing on sustainability, as ecology is also very important. Right now also we have 2 electric catamarans which are undergoing in Patna as a part of feasibility study. So we are also focusing on basically making it a EV-based system. So we are also roping in electricity department so that we have that type of connectivity in all the terminals, so that there is no use of diesel or fossil fuels in that. So this type of policy framework, and I think everything of this is being incorporated in the maritime document. We have already, the rules for vessels have already been framed in Bihar. That will also help very much. So discussing about urban mobility in a state like Bihar with so much constraints of land and so much pressure of population, it definitely gives a very opportune venue to diversify our mobility scenarios, especially with lesser and lesser use of land. And with that much of riverine waterways, I think we'll be moving very much stronger in this urban mobility, water mobility field. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think there's a lot to learn from the state of Bihar. And definitely it's time that we see waterways as a dynamic mobility asset than just static. Moving ahead, I would have to move to Mr. Arnab Bandyopadhyay. He's the lead transport specialist from World Bank. And sir, I just have a quick question for you. From the policy and planning perspective, we've already heard how Bihar is moving ahead as a pioneer state. But from a policy and planning perspective, what key interventions are needed to position urban water transport as a mainstream mobility solutions in Indian cities? If you can just throw some light on that.
Thanks, Kalpa, for asking me the question, and thanks much to the organizer for having me here. I would actually make 4 points. The first is a very good question on how can we make it as a mainstream mobility solution. We need to look at the comprehensive mobility plan the various Indian cities have already developed. In fact, as sir was mentioning, Patna has been developing one, and also many cities aspire to. Essentially, this mode, the water transport mode, will definitely help to make those comprehensive mobility plan to be fit for future, more sustainable, greener, and more modally balanced, which are critical elements. I'd also think that mobility as a service, this concept is gaining now popularity, at least in large cities. We see that, and I believe strongly that in next 10 years, you will see a lot of mobility as a service. And mobility as a service is very critical for particularly water-based transport, which do not provide a door-to-door service, but will have to rely on other services. So with mobility as a service, you would see emergence of more reliable last mile, which Mr. Behera was mentioning. You'd also see a more integrated system, integrated ticketing, more digitization, more use of apps, which some of the cities we already see, which has multimodality in terms of mobility. The second point I wanted to highlight, everyone knows about it, is multimodalism. I think in India, the multimodalism is slowly getting into the freight, but not yet in the passenger. And I'm afraid you see the overall planning and design, the multimodalism is not being done properly yet. It is so critical for any water-based system to have multimodality, particularly for 2 reasons. As I was mentioning, it is not a door-to-door service, but second is more because from a climate resilience or a redundancy perspective, it would be very difficult in Indian context to develop actually a metro system which will operate for 365 days. We know that on a river-based system there will be flooding, and some of the days the services will have to be suspended. So there has to be an opportunity for seamless transfer from one mode to other. And once you do not have multimodality, you won't be able to do that. The third and the most critical element, which I think we often miss in India, we had a lot of discussion on tourism, on cruise, leisure, and river cruise, which is very important essentially to integrate with any urban transit solution, because that would help to make it more financially sustainable, such systems, and also give the opportunity to have a more dynamic, stratified tariff or fare system, which is very critical for a water metro system. However, there is another aspect, and that is freight. And we are seeing this globally. We are seeing, even in very mature metro systems, I'm talking about urban rail systems, they are actually moving to freight, mostly nighttime galloping services, just to complement or just to make use of those night hours or off-peak hours. So the asset utilization is becoming more and more challenging in most cases. And I think there is an excellent opportunity for the water metro to also think about carrying freight. Parcel is a segment which, I don't know whether you know, is growing at the fastest rate today because of e-commerce and others, almost 17 to 18% year on year, vis-a-vis the other part of the freight, which is 8 to 9% growth. I think it's an excellent opportunity to actually tap those, a kind of urban logistics element also while we are looking at as an urban transit system. And last but not the least, I'll talk about how these metro systems have been particularly used in terms of a transit-oriented development. I see again in Indian context a lot of opportunity because many of our Indian cities, if you look at riverine cities and many of these 18 cities which will be developed, have actually one of the bank much more developed than the other one. Mostly they say the northern bank. You look at Patna, sir, you look at Varanasi, you look at Guwahati. I think water metro is an excellent opportunity through TOD and land value capture to develop newer areas, be it either new residential or real estate, commercial areas, and create those as economic nodes, which India has missed out. India has missed out actually using the river banks as economic nodes, but at least in the cities, there is an opportunity to develop, and you can see, it's very stark when you visit some of the cities. You can see so much of open land with a little bit of river training and other bank protection works. You can actually make this land much more stable, and once you connect it with a water metro system, those will be, believe me, those will be livable, commercially exploitable land. I think that's something in urban mobility we need to look at. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Arnab. So mobility as a service and utilizing water systems as economic nodes, TOD and overall multimodality is the way to be. Moving ahead, Professor Murali, I have the next question for you. How do you think academic institutions can contribute meaningfully to research, innovation and capacity building in the water transport sector?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Kalpa, for this opportunity. Research institutions and educational institutions and institutions who do applied research will have a huge role to play in these emerging sectors. There are several opportunities which are emerging, which many of us are aware of and we make use of. There are several aspects in which the institutions can actually contribute, but there should be a change in the way the institutions look at the opportunities that are available. There should be more applied research. There should be more applied activities in the institutions, rather than academic-based research and opportunities. So there should be more focus on innovation, product development, and also solution development. If I recall our experience with the World Bank, we had introduced the night navigation in the Brahmaputra, where at a very, very affordable solution which can be used by anybody. It has been a very successful initiative, but it was innovative and just a mobile-based navigation platform. So the institutions have to get up and look at the available opportunities. There are various opportunities that are available. Conservation of the banks of the rivers, stabilization of the banks of the rivers, dredging and the navigational challenges, and addressing the dredging and navigational challenges in the waterways, stabilization of the fairways and the navigational routes, and also innovative solutions in terms of structural solutions, infrastructural solutions, and also software-based solutions are some of the areas where the institutions can contribute. So I would expect that they would take up more applied research, more innovative activities, and involve the locals in development of the solutions, because they will have the local students and the local researchers will have the traditional knowledge. Also, they will have the issues, the opportunities that are available there more familiarly. So therefore, that is another approach that they can take. And coming out of the waterways, there can also be more entrepreneurship-related activities that the institutes can actually leverage on. Recently, we had started a marathon program at the Maritime Innovation Hubs at different IITs and IMU, and several innovative techniques have emerged out of that, and we are funding about 40 startups out of that. So there are various challenges which are available, and it is for the institutions to look for, to engage with the agencies, IWA and maritime boards, and then take up these challenges.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Murali. Moving ahead, and sorry, in the interest of time, we have the next session on where the state minister would be coming here. So I would be quickly posing my next question to Richard. And Richard, we've worked together for the West Bengal Inland Transport System and for the passenger ferry system as well. You've been working extensively in the Eastern and the Southeastern Asian countries. What, according to you, could be some of the technology and sustainability solutions or best practices that can be adopted in the urban water transport system for India? And how can cities address seasonality and fluctuating water levels to ensure reliable services?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question, and also the opportunity to be part of this panel discussion. Let me first start with the way we approach inland waterway transport development in our work worldwide, providing advice to government institutions, financial institutions, and sometimes also private sector. In our work, we follow a, let's say, holistic view, holistic perspective on developing inland waterways, to develop a vision, a future-ready inland waterway transport system according to, let's say, four main components, focusing on quality and accessible infrastructure, also on safe, efficient, clean, and resilient operations, supported by professional, skilled professionals, both on the vessel but also on the land, on the terminals. Providing access to the market, to operators, and developing the market, and also strong governance and institutional capacity. All of these pillars, there's a cross-cutting issue as well, capacity building to ensure long-term sustainability. And actually from our side, I'd like to congratulate both the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways and also the Inland Waterway Authority of India, that they actually have adopted all of these components as part of a long-term vision to ensure a sustainable inland waterway transport development in India. Then on sustainability, I think personally that sustainability was previously a driver to develop inland waterway transport and inland waterway transport operations. But I don't think it's no longer a driver. It's actually a requirement in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of financing, and also in terms of developing clean, safe, resilient operations. And actually technology is a driver, because it's a key enabler to make this infrastructure more resilient, operations more efficient, effective and clean. Now, in terms of the questions related to the tidal areas, varying water levels, Obviously, there's all kinds of solutions, such as impounded docks, especially also floating pontoons, linked with link-span bridges, targeted dredging to ensure reliable transfers of passenger and goods. And all of these, let's say, solutions have been adopted already in the India waterway system. Now, let's say in the urban settings, such as in India, passengers and ro-ro ferries are already designed in a way that they are shallow draft and zero emission, reducing also the need for dredging and also minimizing environmental impacts. While, let's say, long distance freight transport is still struggling and faces challenges in the adoption of green fuels, electric propulsion and drivelines have become the standards in many urban and commuter ferry systems worldwide, but also especially here in India. And that's important because of the long lifetime of vessels, often 30, 40 years. So any investment made, any new vessel brought to the market has to be zero emission or zero emission ready to ensure also alignment with future decarbonization targets. Let me briefly also introduce an example from the Netherlands in terms of urban inland waterway transport development. And that's the case of Amsterdam, actually. And I think this could also be relevant in let's say, some areas, for instance, in the Kolkata metropolitan area, to attract more passengers to the waterway, to the ferry system. The ferry system in Amsterdam is actually a fleet that is totally full electric. It consists of totally full electric commuter ferries. And they're operated by the municipal transport company, linking residential areas across the I Lake, a waterway in the heart of Amsterdam. And they are there because the municipality wants to reduce road congestion and wants to attract passengers and two-wheelers to the waterway. And they offer these services, the ferry services, free of charge. And they're actually funded through municipal taxes. So let's say on a yearly basis, they attract more than 20 million passengers annually, and that for a city of 1 million inhabitants is quite a lot. And that's important. They really want to provide this clean, safe, accessible waterborne mobility, and that can be a central part of the public transportation mix. Then on the technology and also smart shipping to ensure safety, efficiency, all kinds of technology have been applied in waterway basins in China, in Europe. And over the years, tools like inland EGDIS, electronic navigation charts, vessel tracking and tracing supported by AIS, they have, and also electronic reporting, they have formed the backbone of river information services. And they're now implemented on corridor level. But we're actually moving ahead towards further smarter and even smarter shipping solutions, such as AI-based navigation assistance and collision warning, and even also remote-controlled vessels. But also real-time water depth mapping using echo sounders on board of inland vessels to collect data made available to other waterway users. And also the mobilization of aquatic drones for surveys and digital fairway marking, all kinds of solutions that are now being tested and implemented in waterway basins worldwide. To summarize, at least from my end, I think both from the side of India, but also on the side of other waterway basins, there are very good solutions to support inland waterway transport in urbanized areas. Well, I think that a strong government commitment in developing waterways, including urban inland waterway transport, is very important, and that that they are supported, backed up by policies to develop the market. And that is especially what India has done. They created a fit for future strategy to develop an inland waterway transport ecosystem and support investment in quality infrastructure and non-conventional solutions, supported by innovative private companies bringing zero-emission vessels to the market, such as the Kochi water metro, but also I like the solution with the solar-powered vessels very much. To close, last comment from my end. At Nestra, we have a long-standing commitment to support inland waterway transport in India, and we hope to continue this collaboration in the future and helping to advance modernization, further modernization, sustainability, and further market growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. And I think, yes, AI-based solutions is the fit for future for the urban water transport system. Talking of modal shift, which you just mentioned, I would move to Captain Manral. He is the leading operator and one of the pioneers in passenger ferry services. So how do you see how was your experience in the Indian geography for ferry operations, and how do you see it growing in the coming years?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Madam, just to start with, we are operating the RoPax ferries, which carry the trucks, passengers, motorcycles, and cars as well. And we operate in the very challenging water, where the tide rises 11 meters every day and falls by 11 meters every day. So we're going in a water which rises 11 meters and then falls down. So the infrastructure has to be very special. And before we proceed ahead, I would like to just highlight a couple of achievements, for which I have to thank Government of Gujarat, who took the initiative of starting this ferry operations in Gulf of Cambay. And then it was taken over by MOPS, central government, and they have taken up an project forward, and they're supporting the project very well. It happens to be the dream project of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Just to brief it up and give the highlights, in the last 7 years, we have carried 17.5 lakhs passengers. That is, if we convert into the buses, we have taken 43,500 buses off the Gujarat highway. If you go on cars, we have carried 2.5 lakhs cars. That is almost about 48,000 cars we have taken off the road and taken them on the ship. If you go on the motorcycle, that is two-wheelers, we have carried 1.53 lakhs motorcycles, that is 42,000 bikes off the road every month. Now the trucks, we carry loaded trucks of almost 40 to 45 tons, fully loaded trucks, and we have carried 2.1 lakhs loaded trucks from South Gujarat to Saurashtra region. And that is, if we see, we have taken almost about 10,200 trucks every month off the road. And on the carbon emission saving, we have saved 34,670 tons, 89,500 tons of greenhouse emission. Fuel saving is 34,000 tons, and time saved of people who were earlier transiting by road, it is amazingly 1167 years. That much more time people could now put into productivity. So they were the highlights. Government has taken a clean initiative. I see our ex-secretary sitting here who supported the project. And going forward, when we look at it, a couple of enablers come in making this project sustainable. In very brief, I will talk about it has to be financial viability has to be there. Otherwise, because these ferry services, are not the passenger cruise kind of thing. These are people's necessity. People use it for every day, and we compete with road, railways, metro rails, and Udan scheme. So they have to be subsidized, and a government VGF has to come in so that we can keep the fares low. And similarly, government has already done subsidized operating costs like berth hire charges are waived off. GST is still a cost for us. We pay GST, but we are not able to recover it. So that we are looking to make it sustainable. Then technical enablers we have taken with IWI earlier chairperson, that the crew working on board, they do not get the sea time, while we have the foreign going crew. So that is a must. We are not able to get the crew back because they need sea time, and on these ships they don't get it. And government has done a wonderful thing. I would also say as government to make a multimodal systems where multiple ferry operators can operate, not one, multiple people can operate. And regulatory wise, to make it more efficient, government when making the project should come up with an infrastructure where we can operate 24/7. I think I'm going to be very brief. I am thankful to Government of India. I am thankful to Ministry of Port and Shipping. I'm thankful to one of the secretaries sitting here for giving all the support, and to Government of Gujarat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just quickly moving on to Colonel Datta. What are the key considerations in designing floating terminals and docking systems for Indian cities? If you can just quickly throw. What are the key considerations of designing for floating terminals and docking systems for Indian cities? So, since we know that you're already working on hydrofoil mechanisms, so if you can just throw some light on that.
Can you hear me? Thanks, thanks Kalpa. There are two questions in that, but I'll take it on one by one. One is, my company is called Maritime. We've been building floating solutions really. So our concept integrated very well with the urban water transport systems where these ferries had to dock. So the key words, I thank Mr. Behra who first referred to this matter, how we set up collaborating with the Cochin Water Metro, with all the design work for building floating. These are concrete structures which float on the water. And I think in your question you had mentioned about this being modular and the advantages of being modular. I won't take very long, but it's common sense to understand that a floating modular dock can be moved, can be increased, you can add on more components, you can even shift the venue out. So this is where the infrastructure part of it and our involvement in this whole urban water transportation game has been. And this is something we've been doing in many countries, and I think Mr. Richard, right? Yeah, he had mentioned about these floating pontoon structures which have been used in countries like in Netherlands, but it is a very common standard. And the Inland Waterways is promoting this. So the key word being green, like everybody speaker and everywhere everybody's talking about being environmentally friendly. Our technology is very environmentally friendly and very useful for docking boats. Which brings me on, since I know everybody wants to now move on after this session, about your second part is about the thing which we discussed just before the session about foiling technology. In fact, I would ask Mr. Behra, what do you think about foiling boats as water transport? Foiling boats. So this is my viewpoint. I think if you have foiling boats, you have very little wake. And if you use foiling boats in waterways, then the people don't get, there's no degradation of the banks, because when you go fast, then they are wake, and the wakes can degrade the banks. But if you have a foiling boat, there is no wake, and they can be pretty quick. Otherwise, you need to slow down. I know we've been working on electric solutions and green solutions, so what do you think about this idea?
So I'm afraid there's a slight paucity of time because the next session needs to start. Thank you so much, Colonel Datta, for your insights. And I think with this we can close the session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Alba. Maybe we can have this chat off stage.
Thank you for this enriching session. We now request Sri A.K. Mishra to felicitate our esteemed panelists. And Sanjeev Kumar. Sri Ashutosh Dwivedi, the Transport Commissioner, Bihar. Yes, sir. हाँ सर हो गया सर सबको हाँ सर आ जाइए सर बोलिए ऑलमोस्ट डन सर Sir, right, sir. 1 minute. I now request our panelists to come forward for a group photograph.
First of all, I would like to thank all the panelists, eminent panelists, who attended our 3 panels. 3 panels wherein we had tried to cover all the areas of the inland waterways, inland transport, wherein we had discussed the policy initiative taken by the IWI. We had discussed the interventions, technologies, innovations, implementations with the eminent panelists. And along with that, I think everyone is hurry in taking the lunch. So in totality, I would like to thank in all the areas wherein we had covered the government perspective, industry's perspective, experts from the World Bank as well as European Union, and we had our stakeholders who have shared their experiences on the inland waterways. The state government's representative also shared their confirmation that they will be with inland waterways to further move forward and develop in a sustainable manner. And then IWI officers and our chairman, honorable chairman. Okay. He is coming. So please wind up. Okay, then I would like to thank all the eminent panelists once again for sharing their views and valuable inputs and insights. Thank you all. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. We are starting our session. Our Honorable Minister Shantanu Thakur sir is already here. Along with him, our Honorable Minister from Myanmar is also there. So we will start the program within another couple of minutes. Kindly be seated, all of you, please.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will be commencing in the next 5 minutes, and our honorable ministers will be arriving soon. Shri Shantanu Thakur and Shri Ankyantun. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seats. We will be commencing now. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and friends. On behalf of Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to this important session on fortifying the global supply chain. We are honored to have with us leaders and visionaries who are shaping the future of logistics and connectivity. Your presence here reflects the shared commitment to building resilient, seamless supply chains that drive economic growth. And it is my privilege to introduce to you our chief guest, Shri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, and Shri Ankyatun, Honorable Deputy Minister of Transport and Communications, Government of Myanmar. I request our Honorable Chairman to kindly felicitate our chief guests. To set the tone for today's discussions, may I invite Shri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, for the inaugural address.
Namaskar. His Excellency Aung Kyo Tong Ji, Honorable Deputy Minister of Transport, Communication, Myanmar, Sri Umesh Sarad Bagji, Deputy Chairman, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, distinguished dignitaries, respected colleagues and friends from government, industry and academia. I am giving my heartfelt congratulations that you are here today. At the very outset, I wish to place on record my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. It is under his visionary leadership that India's maritime sector has undergone a remarkable transformation over the past decade. As the Prime Minister has said, India's maritime strength has always been a symbol of our trade, tradition and talent. And today, it is the driving force of our aspiration from a Viksit Bharat, a developed and self-reliant India. His vision has guided us to modernize our port and shipping ecosystem, aligning them with the twin goals of Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliance and Viksit Bharat 2024, our national roadmap for a developed India. The theme of this session, fortifying supply chain is both timely and global in its relevance. In an interconnected world, supply chain are the arteries of trade and prosperity. When they are disputed, economies falter. When they are resilient, national thrive. With a coastline stretching over 11,000 kilometers, 12 major ports, and more than 200 non-major ports, India stands as a natural hub for global logistics and a stabilizing force in maritime trade. The past few years have revealed how fragile global supply chain can be, from pandemic to geopolitical tensions. The world is not moving from a just-in-time model to a just-in-case model, one that value resilience, diversification, and strategic preparedness. Under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, India has responded with foreign that resolve. Through the Sagarmala program, over 800 projects worth 5.5 lakh crore have been identified, more than 200 already completed, enhancing capacity, efficiency, and connectivity. The PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan integrate ports, rail, road, and logistics on a single digital platform, improving coordination and transparency. The Major Port Authorities Act 2021 has empowered ports with greater autonomy, while our green shipping initiatives, including renewable energy, solar power, and LNG bunkering, are straying us toward a sustainable maritime future. Looking ahead, the Maritime India Vision 2047 envisions India as a global hub for green, smart, and efficient logistics. Flagship projects like Vadavan, Galathea Bay are being developed as a next generation multimodal gateway. India is also an active partner in new connectivity corridors such as the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, which will diversify trade routes and enhance global resilience. Friends, fortifying maritime supply chain is not only about moving cargo, it is about building trust, stability and shared prosperity across nation. As we sail towards Maritime India Vision 2047, I invite all our international partners to join hand with India to co-create supply chain that are stronger, greener, and future ready. Together, let us ensure that the oceans that once connected our civilization now connected our shared destiny. With that word, I am stopping my speech. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful words. We now request Shri Ankyatun, Honorable Deputy Minister of Transport and Communications, Government of Myanmar, to share his thoughts and address this august gathering.
The Honorable Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterways, Sarabananda Sonowal, and Chairman of the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Amesh Sharadwan. It's a very, very good afternoon. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues from the Maritime and Logistics sector. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me at Global Supply Chain Ceremony. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Government of India and organizer for the invitation and warm hospitality extended to all of us. On behalf of the Government of Myanmar, it is both an honor and privilege to be here at India Maritime Week 2025, a gathering of the most visionary minds shaping the future of our ocean and our economics. The theme of this conference, Logistics Reinvented, is not just a topic for discussion, it is an imperative for our times. In an era defined by volatility, building supply chains that are not only efficient, but also resilient and seamless from end to end is the cornerstone of national and regional prosperity. Today, I wish to share with you a perspective that is central of this reinvention, a perspective rooted in geography, enabled by policy, and vital for the future of the Indo-Pacific. It is the perspective of Myanmar as a natural land bridge, a crucial link in the chain of regional connectivity. For decades, global logistics operated on a linear model, point A to point B, often over the sea. But recent global disruption have exposed the fragility of these long export maritime routes. The reinvention we speak to is about creating agile, multimodal networks. It's about complementing maritime strength with terrestrial efficiency. It is about ensuring that the journey of a container from a factory in one country to a consumer in another is not a single, vulnerable thread, but a robust, interwoven tapestry of transport options. This is where the synergy between maritime and land-based connectivity becomes paramount. And this is where Myanmar's strategic location offers a transformative solution. Myanmar, strategically located at the crossroad of Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, holds nearly 3,000 kilometers of coastline along the Bay of Bengal and the Andaman Sea. Myanmar sits at the confluence of South Asia and Southeast Asia. We share a long land border with India in the west and are a gateway to ASEAN in the east. To our south, we have a vast coastline along the Bay of Bengal and the Andaman Sea. This unique position is not merely a fact of geography. It is a mandate for connectivity. Myanmar is the most direct terrestrial corridor connecting the Indian Ocean rim to the heart of ASEAN. We are the natural land bridge that can dramatically reduce transit time and cost for cargo moving between India's eastern seaboard and the markets of Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, and beyond. Imagine a container ship arriving from Chennai or Kolkata at Sidway or Yangon, instead of that ship having to navigate the entire Strait of Malacca. Its cargo can be efficiently offloaded, placed on rail or road and transported across Myanmar into Thailand, reaching key ASEAN destination in a matter of days, not weeks. This is the power of the land bridge. It bypasses choke points, enhances resilience, and ingests unparalleled efficiency into regional trade. This vision is already being translated into concrete infrastructure and policy. We are actively reinventing our own logistic landscape to fulfill this bridging role. Number one, the Sidway Port and Caledon Multi-Modal Transit Transport Project, developed in partnership with India. This project is a flagship initiative. It provides a viable alternate route connecting India's eastern ports to its landlocked northeastern states via Myanmar. More broadly, it established Sidway as a key maritime gateway from which cargo can move inland, unlocking new economic corridors. Two, the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway. This ambitious road project is the backdrop of our land bridge aspiration. We are diligently working on upgrading our sections to ensure seamless road connectivity. The future extension of these highways to Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam will only amplify its impact, creating an unbroken land road from India to the heart of ASEAN. Number three, domestic logistic modernization. We are not just building transit routes. We are building a modern, integrated national logistic platform. This includes port modernization, upgrading our deep sea port in Yangon, Tilawar, and Chao Phraya to handle larger vessels and higher volumes. Digitalization, implementing single window system and digital platforms to cut red tape, reduce clearance times, and ensure transparency for shippers and logistic providers. Regulatory reforms, creating a more attractive investment climate for private sector participation in our logistics and infrastructure sectors. Our goal is to make the transit through Myanmar not just possible, but efficient and cost-effective. Myanmar cannot build the land bridge alone. Its success hangs on deep collaborative partnerships. To our friend in India, we say, your at ease policy and our bridging rule are two sides of the same coin. Let us work together to fully operationalize and optimize the corridors we have built. Let us enhance digital connectivity to match our physical connectivity so that data moves as smoothly as goods. Let us collaborate on skills development and technology transfer to create a logistic ecosystem that benefit both our peoples. To our ASEAN family, we say Myanmar is your Western gateway. Utilizing this corridor strengthens ASEAN centrality and economic integration. It makes our collective supply chains more resilient and diversifies our trade routes, enhancing our strategic autonomy. And to the global maritime and logistics community here today, we extend warm invitation. Partner with us, invest in our ports, our special economic zones and logistic parks, and our digital infrastructure. Bring your expertise and innovation to help us build this seamless resilience and end-to-end connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, the reinvention of logistics is not just about bigger ships or smarter software. It is about smarter geography. It is about seeing the map not as a collection of separate countries, but as an interconnected whole. Myanmar is ready to play its part. We are more than passage. We are a partner. We are the land bridge that can bind the Indian Ocean rims and ASEAN into a more integrated, prosperous, and resilient economic community. By leveraging our shared geography and our collective will, we can indeed reinvent logistics for a new age. We can build the seamless, resilience, end-to-end connectivity that will power our shared future. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, now we shall move on to a significant milestone in today's program, the formal exchange of Memoranda of Understanding. JNPA will exchange and formalize 8 strategic MOUs with our esteemed partner organizations, reinforcing our shared commitment to strengthening global supply chains and fostering economic growth. May I invite Chairman Sir and esteemed representatives from the partner organizations for the signing and exchange ceremony. Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone, Mr. Ashwani Gupta. The first MOU is for intent to participate at Vadhavan Port for offshore projects worth 26,500 crore. The second MOU is for intent to participate at Vadhavan Port for development of container terminals to the tune of rupees 26,500 crore. A round of applause. Indian Railway Finance Corporation, Ms. Deepa Kotnis. IRFC is signing the MOU with an intent to extend financial support for Vadhavan for the Vadhavan project to the tune of 20,000 crore rupees. Evergreen Marine Private Limited, Miss Molly Mock. The MOU is for intent to participate in development of terminals at Vadhavan project to the tune of rupees 10,000 crore. HUDCO, Mr. Sanjay Mr. Bhushan Kumar. The MOU is intent for financing and developing infrastructure at JN Port to the tune of rupees 5,000 crore. Dredging Corporation of India, Captain S. Divakar. The MOU is to cooperate in dredging activities of Mumbai and JNP for a long-term collaboration to the tune of rupees 1,500 crores. Gulf Tanner Company Limited. The MOU is for intent to develop terminals at Vadhavan Port to the tune of 4,000 crore rupees. IPRCL, Mr. Sanjeev Maitre. The MOU is supplying 2 green tugs to JNPA to the tune of rupees 300 crores. Congratulations to all the signatory partners. The collaboration marks a new chapter in JNPA's illustrious journey to emerge as an institution of eminence. And we thank each one of you for joining us on this journey. To express our gratitude to the Honorable Ministers, may I invite Shri Girish Thomas, Chief General Manager, Traffic, JNPA, for the vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This India Maritime Week is the most pioneer program from the Ministry of Shipping, Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. In fact, a lot of initiatives, a lot of important milestones are being discussed and finalized in this week. We are so glad that JNPA is able to hold a session on fortifying global supply chain in this room. This inauguration, we are so happy to have our Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Sri Shantanu Thakur sir with us. So I express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of me as well as from JNPA and the Ministry of Port, sir. Thank you. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Transport and Shipping from Government of Myanmar for gracing this occasion and coming all the way down Myanmar and gracing. We will have a very, very eminent panelist is going to have a panel discussion just after this. All of them big shots from the industry. You will please listen to them, please share with them. After that, we will have a fire chat session also that. So the floor is now going to be a very, very electrifying program. I also take this opportunity to thank the backbone of this entire program, my chairman, Sri Unmesh Sharad Wagji. With these words, I thank you. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for those kind words. We now proceed to felicitate our esteemed panelists who have gladly agreed to join us today and share their insights and experiences. The collection of industry leaders here, it presents us an unparalleled opportunity to draw lessons and learning from some of the brightest doyens of the industry globally and from across the different segments of the supply chain. May I request the invitees to kindly join us on stage. Shri Sonal Mishra, Partner, Grant Thornton, Bharat. Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Member of Adjudicatory Board of Major Ports and former Secretary of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Shri Jonathan Kolner, Chief Executive, APM Terminals, Asia and Middle East. Shri Rinkesh Roy, Joint MD and CEO, JSW Infrastructure. Shri Ashwani Gupta, CEO and Whole-Time Director, Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone. Captain Deepak Tiwari, Managing Director, MSC. Shri Vijay Chauhan, Senior Fellow, Ashoka University. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for invitees. Next, we have a presentation by our Honorable Chairman, JNPA, on the theme of today's session, Logistics Reinvented, Building Seamless, Resilient, End-to-End Connectivity. Please join me in welcoming Shri Unmesh Sharad Bhagji to share his perspectives.
नाम चेंज कर लेना आप यहाँ
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sirs. Just to set the context, we are all gathered here to listen from the esteemed panelists. But to set the context and just put forward the theme of today's session, fortifying global supply chain, I have a short presentation. This is the time line for the last 6 years. I remember when I joined this sector in February 2020, within 6 months, Sanjeev sir joined as a secretary. And during 6 years, the only thing was constant is uncertainty. And you can see from those graphs, March, COVID struck 2020. When we just recovered from the COVID, then the Ukraine war came. We managed alternate sources of import from which we used to do from Ukraine and Russia. The rate crisis hit. We managed to live with that. Then the US election took place and we had return of President Trump and the tariff hit us again. So during last 6 years, we have a lot of challenges in this particular sector. But even there is uncertainty, one important thing always there, and that is the resilience of Indian logistics sector. So we could weather all these storms. So these are the certain points of India's logistics sector. The cost of logistics in India is quite high. This cost is not only because of lack of proper infrastructure, which we are now trying to build upon. The cost is also because of asymmetry of information and lot of processes which are not very efficient. Another aspect is that because of this, manufacturers lose the cost advantage and their products are not cost competitive as per the rival countries in the international market, and it impacts economy overall because we lose 10% to 13% and that impacts the whole economy. So in last few years, we have done many things in the logistics sector. One, there was a Sagarmala initiatives in 2016. After that, there were many initiatives which created lot of capacity in the port sector. Only in JNPA, we almost tripled the capacity of JNPA in last 10 years. And port-led industrialization, which is a major part of the Sagarmala program, JNPA itself added 1 SEZ and it is almost full in last 3 years. So all over India, lot of progress has been made in these 3 areas. Then in infrastructure development, Government of India has taken a big leap and created certain major initiatives. One is National Infrastructure Pipeline. Second is a PM Gati Shakti. Because we used to work in silos, so there was a lot of delays in getting the clearances for the whole projects. But under the leadership of Sanjeev Ranjan sir, during his tenure, when we started Ward 1 project, and because of PM Gati Shakti, we could get the clearance of Ward 1 project. We did our public hearing in January. We got our environment clearance and clearance for our investment in February. We got cabinet clearance in July. We invited Prime Minister to lay the foundation stone in August, and we have awarded first tender in December. For such a big project, in 1 year, so many activities, it is only if I tell somebody, they don't believe because it never happened in past. This is all possible because of government's Gati Shakti initiative and other initiatives. Then there were a lot of connectivity programs like dedicated freight corridor. Unfortunately, when I joined in 2020, I was told that in 2020, December it will come. Then came 2021. Then they said in 2021, December it will come. I don't know whether Ashwin is here or not from PSA. Then they told me 23 come, it will come, it didn't come. But in 2025 they told me, by God it will come next year. So I am hoping that DFC will come to JNPA and that will change whole business scenario of northern India, because that will reduce the logistic cost of northern India by at least 1/3. So we are waiting for that, and hopefully it will come in March 2026. Then there are very important initiatives, that is INSTC, which is International North-South Corridor, which is connecting to India, Iran, and Central Asia to Russia. It will reduce time taken by the cargo to travel from India to Europe almost half of the time, and cost will be reduced 1/3. Another initiative is IMIC. The Honorable PM launched in G20. We have moved a lot ahead on that. There is a Maitri platform, which is a digital platform, which will have all the seamless exchange of documents. That is in place, and I think within a month it will be launched so that UAE documents will be accepted in India and Indian documents will be accepted in UAE. That will be huge, huge advantage for our exporter. Then what are the enablers? They are the digital programs, regulatory reforms, then the facilitation initiatives, and the stakeholders platforms. We not only believe in the infrastructure creation, but there should be seamless movement of various documents across the various stakeholders. I can give one small example. There was a good infrastructure available from Iran to Turkmenistan, but because there was no platform available for the exchange of documents, the truck we sent, and it was initiative of Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan sir, the truck reached there within 3 days, but it took 7 days to cross the border. So that is why it is important that there should be a digital platform which will help seamless exchange of documents. So I have just explained these are the national policies which are helping to ease the logistic. These are the national logistic policy which have digital backbone, ease of doing logistics, governance, sectoral incentives, and other initiatives. I will not dwell upon it because we will listen it from the panelists. Now, what we are looking forward to? We are moving forward from what used to be the enabler, efficient working systems to next generation working systems. For example, from just in time to just in case, resilient. Then single source to multi-source. As I said, because of the tariff problem and tariff issues, we cannot depend upon a single source. So we are moving from single source to multi-sourcing flexibility, cost focus to regional and multimodal hubs, and reducing fixes during crisis to digital enabled ESG aligned practices. And what I am leaving with you with, that ports are gateway. It is not only that they act as a gateway to the exim cargo, but they will develop certain infrastructure which will provide end-to-end solution. For example, JNPA has created the dry ports to connect nook and corner of Maharashtra. We created 3 dry ports. Similarly, SEZ, which I just talked about, and the last, ecosystem, which will have the physical and process aspect, which has a digital aspect to it. So, shaping India's future chain, these are the 3 elements which are very much necessary, which I have already spoken, so I will not waste much time on it. And this is what we are looking forward to, a technology which will act as a force multiplier, where the asset visibility, transaction integrity, and predictive intelligence. Now in JNPA, we are going for the digital twin, where it is not just only that we will be reactive to the ideas, but with digital twin, we will analyze and we will predict and make the system, the process, the equipment more efficient, so that the time lost, cost lost can be saved. This is all from my side. We are eager to hear from the panelists. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for sharing your strategic insights and describing the roadmap that is shaping the future of India's maritime and logistics ecosystem. Your illustration of JNPA's examples were particularly helpful in establishing why it is an institution of excellence deeply committed to ensuring that India's supply chains are robust, resilient, and efficient. Now this sets the stage for our next discussion. We now have a panel discussion on the topic, Logistics Reinvented, Building Seamless, Resilient End-to-End Connectivity. I would like to welcome Shri Sonal Mishra, partner, Grant Thornton, Bharat, who leads the transport and logistics practice of the firm, to take lead and moderate this discussion.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Chairman Sir, for a wonderful presentation, very insightful presentation. So this panel discussion will convey a cross-section of leaders from across different supply chain segments to chart out the next phase of India's supply chain transformation. Moving beyond diagnostics, the discussion will focus on what India must do now to build a logistics ecosystem that is not only efficient, but resilient to future shocks. The session will also highlight the importance of embedding technology, institutional reforms, and a unified systems approach towards designing supply chain. This panel is not about what has been done, but it's about what to come next. So with this brief introduction, I would like to now introduce my esteemed panelists, which we have here for this session, starting with Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan. Sir is member of Adjudicatory Board for Major Ports and has been former Secretary for Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. A round of applause for Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan. On my left is Mr. Jonathan Gordner. John has been part of AP Moller Maersk for over 25 years. He is currently a member of APM Terminal Executive Team and serves as Chief Executive, Asia and Middle East. In this capacity, he is responsible for APM terminal operations, joint venture investments, and growth initiatives across the region. John has been instrumental in shaping the global commercial strategies that have strengthened APM terminals' market positions during major shifts in container shipping alliances. His international experience and operational expertise positions him as a leading voice in building resilient, technology-driven supply chain. Thank you, Mr. Gordner. I would now like to introduce Mr. Rinkesh Roy, Joint MD and CEO, JSW Infrastructure. Mr. Roy leads JSW Infrastructure, driving growth through new ports in Karnataka, Odisha, and Maharashtra. With decades of experience in ports and rail logistics, including leadership roles at Paradeep and Visakhapatnam ports, he focuses on port-led industrial growth, sustainability, and digital transformation. His vision aligns with creating resilient end-to-end supply chains, making JSW a critical player in India's logistics and sector, and of course in the global trade competitiveness. Thank you, Mr. Rai. I would now like to introduce Mr. Ashwani Gupta, CEO and whole-time director, Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone. Mr. Gupta leads India's largest integrated ports and logistics company, APSEZ. With global leadership experience across automotive and infrastructure sector, he brings in strategic depth to multimodal logistics and digital transformation. Under his leadership, Adani Group is expanding port capacity, inland connectivity, and positioning itself as a key player in building resilient supply chain across India and, of course, beyond India, around the world. Thank you, sir, for having me. I would now like to introduce Mr. Chauhan, Senior Fellow, Ashoka University, a trade facilitation expert and former IRS officer. Mr. Chauhan brings policy and academic insights on improving customs efficiency and trade facilitation agreements. He champions data-driven reforms and process optimization, all vital for creating resilient end-to-end supply chains that can withstand global challenges. Thank you, sir, for And finally, Captain Deepak Tiwari, industry veteran and head of MSC Managing Director. Thank you, sir. Captain Tiwari heads MSC India, a global leader in container shipping, offering integrated ocean and inlet solutions that connects India to global markets. His maritime expertise and global perspective makes him a critical contributor to discussions on shipping resilience and international logistics integration. His decades of maritime experience ensure MSC remains pivotal in building seamless global supply chains, supporting India's trade growth, and reinforcing the logistics ecosystem against disruption. Thank you, sir. With this, let's start the discussion. And I would like to pose my first question to Dr. Ranjan. Sir, there has been a lot of discussions around how to deal whenever there are large infrastructure projects, be it logistics infrastructure projects or any other type of projects. There have been multiple agencies that have been in. So what government changes should the government prioritize to convert the multi-agency work into a seamless and integrated supply chain, sir?
Thank you. I think, thank you for, first of all, inviting me for this session. Any project, any supply chain activity has multiple agencies end to end. And be it a project or delivering a container, everyone has to be seamlessly involved. And that is a challenge, I suppose, a common management challenge that any one in the port or anyone doing a big project is supposed to be handling. And therefore, with the recent kind of challenges that the world faced, which Unmesh very beautifully brought out in the presentation, and how JNPT was able to get over it, I suppose are lessons to be drawn of how we can possibly address the kind of challenges that you mentioned. And today, with the challenges that the world went through the last 5 years and still grappling with, the resilience of the supply chain is critical. And the earlier requirement for a port chairman would have been to increase the throughput and cargo handle volumes, etc., etc. But I suppose today the port chairmen have to not look at the port performance only, but the entire supply chain end to end. And that is what the expectation of the customer is. And that too a supply chain which is uncertain. And therefore the planning, which used to be long term, has to become dynamic. The plans which Mr. Unmesh showed, I suppose would have to be periodically reviewed with the kind of world that we live in. And therefore, the agility of the system is going to be demanded. And fortunately, we've had a framework created in terms of the vision, in terms of the legislative changes that we have done over the years, where whether it's the PM Gati Shakti or the National Logistics Policy, where the governance framework, the overall architecture of everyone working together seamlessly is given. And it is expected that everyone would work seamlessly the way these policies spell out. But quite a few of that we find are aspirational. And therefore, despite the framework have been created, now I think it's a time that I suppose these policies have been around for some time and everyone knows what the expectations are. It is important that some of these things are made mandatory. And the kind of structures that we have in the port in terms of governance, for example, the port chairman have issues with the various stakeholders. And now the governance structure and for example, the multimodality and the connectivity from the rail side, the port side, and the fact that he's been waiting for the dedicated freight corridor to be reaching him, I suppose the other stakeholders have to necessarily sign up on a mandatory kind of a performance guarantee. Otherwise, they should be held liable. I think those changes are required. If you really want multimodality to work and these investments that we've done to be able to operate seamlessly in a challenging situation. And I suppose we have to be looking at that. When we talk of resilience, you have challenges in terms of the climate change, the increased need of the entire system being digital end-to-end, making them interoperable. While we do that, we also have to ensure that what we create is also resilient. And that's another challenge which I suppose our planning effort has to take care of. And therefore, the big shift is, with the kind of experience that we have, that the ports, instead of just looking at their port alone, would have to now look at the entire corridor, make sure that the physical capacities which are added work seamlessly with the other modes. Digital is going to be the most critical thing which would decide the speed at which the container actually moves. If we're still on the old platform, physically things would have moved, but if the documents are not exchanged, the thing remains stuck, as he talked of the north-south transport corridor. And as JNPT again is going to be a nodal point when it comes to the new corridors of IMEC that we talked of, both JNPT and Vadhavan are going to be critical. And therefore, the platforms which are being developed would have to be such so that they are interoperable, they work seamlessly with others, and hopefully the Maitri kind of experiment which is being done by UAE and the dates that he mentioned would give some kind of a pilot, some kind of an example for others to emulate. So I think GNPT has been doing a leadership role when it comes to meeting these challenges. And with these kind of efforts, and on the legislative side, I would like to mention that we have the new Ports Act. We've had the Major Ports Act, which has given the chairman the more authority. The work of the actual handling of the terminals is now thanks to our PPP operators who do it. So our chairman have to do more of coordination and long-term planning, and to make sure that our systems are resilient and we are able to get things working seamlessly. And the ask from the chairman, instead of just being the port operation, has to be the entire supply chain, and that's the kind of demand I suppose is being placed on them. The Major Ports Act, which was there, has made it happen. The Indian Ports Act, which has been amended, now brings the state governments and the other private ports also into a planning framework, where the states and the center would be drawing up long-term plans which are sustainable and resilient. That's the kind of challenge when you draw up these plans, and make sure that all stakeholders are party to it, they sign up on that and guarantee the kind of performance that is expected, so that we create an infrastructure both for the other ports and for the major ports, which are able to meet the challenges of the coming times. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful answer. One thing that I noticed, sir, and it's very important to recognize that as ports and port operators, we cannot look it as just as a gateway for trade. A port now has been transforming into a larger ecosystem, and that's where the resilience of global supply chain matters. The discussions, and as sir pointed out, that the supply chain decisions have to be dynamic in nature. So with that, sir, I want to pose a question to John, to you. Being a world-class port operator, what are some of the operational and commercial models that you follow which makes you distinguished from others? And what are the lessons for Indian port operators and Indian authorities? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Let me just start by saying how great it is to be here with our partners from JNPA and with all the esteemed panelists here. So I think that this really couldn't be a more fitting panel session to talk about resilience. To me, being world-class certainly goes well beyond just having the right infrastructure, right? And that's of course important, but that's a given. I think today, if you just take an analogy, trade flows like water, right? And there is waste everywhere in global supply chains, everywhere. On terminals, ports, inland transport, technology, there is so much waste in this global supply chain. So I think what we look and say, okay, what's important? How do we reduce the friction? I think we need to do that together. I think we need to be resilient. So the customers, importers, exporters demand it, right? I mean, they can't accept things not working. Things have to work 24/7. When it's raining, like it was in Pipavav yesterday, heavy flooding, but good work with GMB to get back in no time, right? So I think it's also about connecting people in that port, in the ecosystem, to get rid of the waste. But likewise, as we've talked about earlier, it's also about connecting that port to the broader ecosystem for that country, or as we heard earlier, to perhaps neighboring countries. So what does this mean for capabilities? I think one, it means making sure that operators are there to help with the expectation of running seamless, efficient operations 24/7, getting better each day to take out waste. We talked a lot about integration. I think a successful port, of course, needs to have the intermodal and multimodal hub and spokes to connect. And finally, of course, digital transparency, because if people can't look at the same information and see the same thing, it's really hard to understand what problem you're trying to solve and how to solve it. So I think if I drill down to your question and say what does that mean for India and for the context of India, I think a couple things. So one, I would say some critical choices that the government has the opportunity to make in the coming years with all the infrastructure that's planned, and I think choosing the right partners to help on this journey will be an important one. When you talk about commercial models, I think having concession agreements that really promote and reward growth and drive efficiency. So if we can look at how they're set up to really make sure we're working towards common goals, and the common goal is to grow the port, and the common goal is to make things more efficient. I think commercial terms, market-driven tariffs, and aligned KPIs could help with that. Then I think despite all the technology, all the mechanization, all the automation, we're still a people business, and we're always going to be a people business, and India's got fantastic people, right? So I think making sure that we really build the capabilities of our people. We're proud here at Maersk and APM Terminals. We employ over 20,000 people in India today, right? And I think we're proud of that, but we also realize that we need to help get them ready for tomorrow to be able to remove the friction that we're talking about, and of course be able to succeed using all the technology that we're on the forefront of. So I think some great opportunities here, JNPA for sure, India for sure, and we're certainly humbled to play a part in helping solve the problems to reduce the waste and make India even more competitive than it is today, because the opportunity is huge.
Thank you, John. John, you talked about friction, and that would lead me to my next question to Mr. Rinkesh Roy. So, while you have been leading the infrastructure practice, the JSW group also is a group that into manufacturing as well as exports. So, if we take a complete macro view, what in your opinion, from factory gate to vessels, where do you experience the most friction or cost leakage?
So this is a very good question. I'll just try to break it up. You see, the entire sector of reaching the goods to the factory gates, you have 3-4 stakeholders in it. One is the shipping line who comes in with the cargo. Then you have a port who deals with the cargo, stores the cargo. In that also you have 2-3 different players in the, you have a stevedorer, you might have a triple P operator. Then you have an interaction with the Indian Railways. And then finally your own efficiency, inefficiency in handling goods at the factory. So this is the entire gamut of activities that we undergo. And the biggest challenge, if you ask me first, is that you don't have an integrated platform where the customer can take a conscious decision. Let us say I'm getting a ship from Australia carrying coking coal. Do I know how much will be the berthing time in Ennore? What will be the berthing time in Mangalore? So first challenge is, can I have that decision, with me? Because I have to deal with a port berthing policy at Ennore, which might be radically different from what the port berthing policy at Mangalore might be. So that's the first thing. The second part is, how much of evacuation can I do of that cargo from Ennore and from Mangalore? What will be the railway supplies? So that will be the second part of the question. Third will be, I know obviously this is the freight from Mangalore or this is the freight from Ennore, that I can take as a part of the cost. But unless I have the other metrics available with me, I'll not be able to take a very conscious decision. So what I generally do, we play it by what has been happening in the past, by what have been the supplies in the past, by what has been our experience in the past. So we go by a hunch, a thumb rule. So that is where there is a real requirement of integrating FOIS, the port, port programs. So all this should be integrated into one platform, where I put in my costing data, I find out what can be done. The second part is about capacity. So most of the ports are on a very good capacity addition or mechanization part of it. But where I personally feel where we are missing out on flexibility is that the major ports should take a conscious call to make all ports Cape compliant, because that gives you the best flexibility in, for the customer to swap ships either on the East Coast or on the West Coast, gives them a greater flexibility. So capacity, efficiency, Cape compliant, and digitization. These would be the 4 metrics where if we make a conscious effort, a lot of the pain points can be, overcome. And lastly, there are many fairways, I think, where we have these pipelines on the river, which are required to be removed, because they are leading to very suboptimal movement of barges or MBCs in those rivers. So just for an example, we have the Amba River, we have a Gale pipeline, which restricts the movement of ships. The window available for us is close to 66%. So unless that pipeline is lowered, you don't get into that 90% range of availability. And this is true also for 1 or 2 more rivers in the country, where you're looking at more movement, maxing more movement across these rivers. So I think these are the main areas where we can do a lot. And the government has been doing, I think, the right moves. You have now all the connectivity part being taken care of. You have the DFCs coming in, and most of the rail connectivity, the last mile connectivity into the ports through the Sagarmala program has been taken care of. So I think what we should be really looking at is 3 years, 4 years down the line. A lot of these infrastructural issues should be over.
And just as a follow-up question, Mr. Roy, you emphasized on a common and an integrated digital platform. And yes, there have been a lot of discussions going on many ports. Do you think there is a way to collaborate where private and or some sort of a PPP type of a model can be brought in where at least starting with integration of all the information at all terminals at one port can happen, or is there a pecking order that you would like to assign to it?
No, it's the easier part is dealing with the ports. It's basically integrating ports and the railways. So the railways operate on a totally separate platform that's called the FOIS. So FOIS with what you have at the individual ports, get those information wedded together, and you have all the AI tools now available with you to give you a far better forecasting model than what you have been doing by your rule of thumb or your hunch. I think
Definitely,
that should be
definitely. Thank you, Mr. Roy. Coming to Mr. Ashwani Gupta. Sir, taking a different topic, maybe not but still. So there have been a lot of discussions on concession agreement. John also talked about the commercial structures. And there have been also discussions on the different means of financing, including InvITs, green bonds, etc. So from a private investor's perspective, what risk factors or policy uncertainties that you foresee that remains challenging for the large-scale logistics infrastructure investment in India? Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, first of all, for giving this opportunity on this panel. First, I would say, you know, I was looking at the topic which was said, which is logistics reinvented, right? So I'm not sure whether we should reinvent or not, but for sure, we have to redefine the definition of logistics, why we need logistics, right? For me, logistics is at the center of the business, and especially with all what we have seen in last 5-6 years, including pandemic. Logistics is no more a support function for a business. Logistics is the center function of the business. And when we redefine the logistics to be the core of the business, then we have to define why we need logistics. So, right, we have been talking about that logistics cost in India is 13 to 14% of GDP. We need to bring it down to 8 to 9%. That's fine, but I think one of the most important thing which we should do is, at the end, it's about the customer touch point and how much time also we are taking to deliver to the customer, right? And just before Mr. Roy was talking about it, do we have the visibility in logistics? Forget about the cost, but do we have the visibility on the logistics when, as a customer, I will receive what I should receive, right? So why I mentioned that example to connect with the question which you talked about, that to find the certainty in this uncertain scenario is the biggest risk which we run as a business people, right? Now, how do we find the certainty among the uncertainties? First, we need to have the infrastructure ecosystem. Second, when I talk about ecosystem, it's not about port, it is about how port is connected with the rail, how rail is connected with the warehouse, how the warehouse is connected with the road, trucking, and finally, what we talk about is last mile, or we can say finally the customer touch point. And when we have this multi-model with different policies, different procedures, different approval systems, different financing systems, but on the other side, the consignment is only one, but going through different policies, different procedures, and the customer is only one. So in this uncertain, how to find that certainty is the key point. And that's where the infrastructure ecosystem with the common process, standard operating procedure will play an important role. So that's the first thing I would say that. Now once we have done that, to answer to the question whether it is concession agreement and so on, as a private player, or even I would say, you know, as a public player, whether it is major port or non-major port, everybody is doing a hard investment, right, at the end. So which means you're doing the investment considering that there is a return on investment. Now, return on investment is always dependent on how you run the business, but how long you can run the business. And that's where this important thing comes up. What is the tenure? So there, I think our endeavor, our request is being that we should have a tenure, you know, case by case it could be different. We should have a tenure which should justify the return on investment which you are doing, because return on investment is also equivalent to how efficiently you will run the infrastructure, because then you will invest in technology, you will invest in automation, you will invest in people, you will invest in everything. So that's where I think is the main point. Then the third point, we talked about financing. I would say if number 1 and number 2 is there, number 3 is not a challenge, right? So you have the right infrastructure ecosystem which is justifying your business case. Number 2, you have the efficiency and effectiveness on running the business with the right policy framework which is standard, having a certainty. And if you tick the box number 1 and number 2, number 3 is financing, whether it is debt financing or equity financing or it's a PPP, everything works. So that's what I would say when it comes to financing.
Thank you, sir. Now my next question would be to Mr. Chauhan. Sir, there has been a lot of things, discussions that has happened even today, which talks about that the processes and documentations across different stakeholders and across the different points in the global supply chain, if those get seamless and integrated, a lot of problems would be solved. So my question to you, sir, would be from your expertise in customs and trade facilitation, how does India's regulatory and clearance ecosystem compares with the global best practices, and what are the key top 3 points if we need to improvise ourselves? What would be the top 3 recommendations?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I come back to JNPA today, having been at JNCH for more than 3 years, about 7 years ago. The gap between JNPA and JNCH is in some sense one to be bridged first for improving the resilience of the supply chain. In some sense, it also essentially means how do we align the physical logistics portion with the regulatory challenges and the processes that are there. I've been asked to assess India's supply chain status vis-a-vis the global best practices. What do I base myself on? There are dime a dozen global indices which rank the world's in different terms, the most famous of which was the ease of doing business by the World Bank, which fell through essentially because it was being compromised. Any survey-based study will have a difficulty in comparing because the countries across the world are very different. The challenges in the regulatory architecture in India is significantly different and is going to be vis-a-vis most of the other countries. The best thing perhaps would be a few years down the line to compare how Indian trade system compares with the US, now that US has a significantly high tariff rates. But if we were to go back and look at the fundamentals, there must be 2 objectives of improving the supply chain and assessing the performance. That is by cost and by time. I had the pleasure of initiating, and that continues in terms of measuring how much time cargo takes to clear through Indian ports. It was started as JNCH and is now done for 15 ports in the country. If we were to focus at the time that it takes, and time also we could be measuring one for the turnaround time for the vessels. Yeah, is it better? Yeah, it is. Okay. So if we were to look at the time, trade time, which is how much time does it take on an average for a consignment to get into the country and get out of the country, that's called average, and it's conducted through a globally established method called time release study. instead of comparing across world, because those comparisons are not very stabilized, if we were to look at the Indian performance, and sitting here in JNCH, the oldest data in India, which is from unimpeachable timestamps from the automated system, was about 14 days in 2011, is down to 72 hours now as per the January 2025. Similar improvements are reported across other seaports as well as other entry points as well. However, when we look at the export release time, the performance has not improved significantly. Part of the reason perhaps is that the logistics is far more complicated in export, and in any case the measurement has started much later. Now when we look at how do we look at the other way in terms of the global comparison, one of them is through institutions. The best framework that is available to us is the WTO's Trade Facilitation Agreement. It had specific provisions. India has implemented all of them in 2022. By 2022, we have implemented all of them, as indeed have most of the other countries. However, this measurement does not take into account the quality. The quality continues to be a bit of a suspect in India. That's why we are not able to deliver for them what is promised. Again, as I said that we are down to 72 hours, the government of India set a target of reducing that to 48 hours many years ago, and we are still to reach there. But if we were to look at three of the things where we've done commendably well, they would be one, that our processes are 100% automated. And with this automation, we've been able to introduce deliberate risk management system and a single window. Single window essentially means that all the regulatory agencies can operate on one platform. If I was to ask you, guess how many regulatory agencies could perhaps be involved in importing goods into the country? Would it be 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100? What would that number be? It's about 50. Now, when 50 agencies might be called upon, it is a challenge for the trade to figure out, as was being said, we do not have the information. To get that on, we need to have a single point of information that is available for all the regulatory compliances that might be required. That's still a work in progress. There exists in the Customs Act a section 11.3, which is still to be implemented, despite having been introduced in 2018. And the last one is essentially that wherever we intervene, and in a cargo clearance system, the requirement for intervention would always remain. 15 years ago, 90% of the consignment was examined. Now less than 10% is examined. That's a success. But the efficiency of the examination continues to remain poor. And that's one area where in fact, if I was to use that in terms of logistics, when it's moving on the rail, everything is fine. If it gets derailed, putting it back requires all the Humpty Dumptys, and they still can't put it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John. Mr. Tiwari, sir. So, question to you, sir. From a global shipping lines perspective, as a customer to ports and other logistics infrastructure, sir. So, what would be your areas that you would see in terms of operational, regulatory or commercial benchmarks must the Indian ports meet in order to compete with the established transshipment hubs like Singapore or Colombo or Dubai?
Ladies and gentlemen, very, very good afternoon. May I begin by digressing from the question that our panel head has asked me. These are extremely exciting times for India. The government, in its wisdom, has very rightly laid out policies for the maritime system, for logistics, as well as for shipbuilding, shipbreaking, recycling, inland waterways. These are really exciting times for India, and it is fantastic that we have the Indian Maritime Week to showcase all of this. Disruption, according to me, actually means more innovation and a window of opportunity. India, during the time of COVID, was a brilliant star of logistics efficiency compared to all the developed countries or most of the developed countries in the world. We feel it because we go to all the countries, we visit all the ports, we transact business in the ports, and we found that India was excellent during that period. We did not have the kind of disruptions that other countries had, notably the United States of America. They practically shut down. They didn't have warehouse space, they didn't have transport space, they didn't have space on ships to handle cargo. Ships were waiting outside for up to 17 to 18 days. I mean, we didn't have any delay in our ports. So that is one of the great things about the Indian ports during that time was resilience and will continue to be resilience. I'm not saying everything is hunky-dory. I'm not saying everything is superb. Logistics has come a long way. We're talking of resilience. Today, every peg in the logistics system or every partner in the logistics system, including the exporters, importers, receiver of cargo, manufacturer of cargo, talks about logistics at board level. And this should continue and should be strengthened, because only then resilience will come through. If it is left unattended, you will get the shocks that the whole world has been through and continues to go through. But like I said, disruption is also innovation and a window of opportunity. Another disruption that has come very, very recently, and just about a week, 10 days back, was that the IMO deferred their green initiative and regulations by 1 year. And all shipping lines and related were actually waiting on the sidelines with readiness plans for adopting the green initiatives and the regulations itself. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's get down to the aspects of the ports. Sir, as far as India is concerned, we currently do not have common import-export documentation procedures across the board at all the Indian ports. We do not. One of the first things, of course we're getting there, but one of the first things is let us streamline this, and it can only be done digitally on a common platform for both the investigative agencies, for the ports, and for all the other landside agencies that are actually looking at exports and imports. The documentation must be common. Procedures must be common. Today, procedures and documentation at various ports and ICDs are not common. And that's what makes things difficult, both for the logistics chain, intermodal, as well as for shipping. We, as far as shipping are concerned, expect the ports to give us a luxury of not spending time in their premises. We do not want to spend time in a port. We make money when we are at sea. So, the one message I want to get across to the port sector, sir, through you, would be, please do not keep my ship in your premises. Get it out as quickly as possible. That is a clear message that I can give you. We've talked about digital. I don't want to go there at this point of time, but in the shipping industry, what we've gone and done, especially as far as the container shipping is concerned, is that we took a dumb box, a silly box, and converted it into a smart container. Now, what do we mean by a smart container? I'm talking of digital here. Huh? A smart container is very simple. What it does for the exporter and importer and the logistic supply chain is tell you, number one, where is your cargo? Number two, what is the atmospheric system inside the container, in the sense, the temperature of the cargo and the humidity. Third, if there is a jerk, or if there is a bang, or the door is open, or the door of the container is closed, you get an alarm sitting in your bedroom on a computer. So if a smart box can give you that kind of visibility, why is it that our intermodal landside systems do not give you that visibility? And sir, last but not the least, I'll give you a specific example of Vizhinjam. The port opened on trial basis in July of last year. It was dedicated to the nation in May. We still do not have the customs ice gate connected to Vizhinjam. No. It's manual. It's manual, sir. We are in 2025. We, as a shipping line, have already done over 1.1 million TEUs of transshipment in Vizhinjam, sorry. And it has all been done through manual system. Why? Because we didn't have an ice gate. Second thing, sir, when our ships come in to Vizhinjam, again, typical, it's the most modern port in the world. It's automated. It's a state-of-the-art port. Adani has spent a lot of money, time, effort to actually make it a star port. But we do not have an immigration department there, sir. So due to that, our crew cannot even go ashore. They come to the, most beautiful part of India, and they can't go ashore. There's no immigration post. The port has been operational since July of last year, 2024. We are in October of 2025. So all is not hunky-dory again. But then again, I end with very exciting times for India. We have a lot of positivity, a lot of energy, and we will partner with the ports and the Indian system going ahead to see the Viksit Bharat that is dreamt of. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. I must say, a very balanced critique from a customer's perspective. Thank you so much. So in the interest of time, I would just have one common question to all my panelists, and I'll start with you, sir, Mr. Tiwari. What would be one bold recommendation to accelerate India's transformation into seamless supply chain hub?
Get everybody on board on the same platform, sir, and do it digitally.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Chauhan, same question to you. One bold recommendation to accelerate India's transformation into seamless supply chain hub.
the same thing. Get all information relating to regulations at same place, which is accessible to the trade, to the operators, as well as to the regulators. Because believe me, having worked for 30 years in the customs, even I struggle to find the regulations that I have to apply. That's number one. Two, the regulations in India will remain complex. There is no way we are going to have very simple regulations because of the kind of challenges, because of the kind of geography, the size that we have. Can we have mechanisms where we'll have ex ante certainty as to how the regulators will apply the law in their case, given the facts which are communicated to them earlier? In some sense, it is called advance ruling. We need to have advance ruling on cargo clearances, not just relating to tariffs, but all non-tariff issues. Today, one of the biggest problems that the trade faces is what is called the quality control orders. Very good idea, we must improve the quality of material in the country, but the trade must know, does his product actually require this or not? Today, he doesn't know, and he has no way of knowing it till someone stops at the customs port, and that blessed officer also has no way of knowing actually whether it applies or not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. So, seamless information, integrated information, and single source of truth. Sir, Mr. Gupta, any bold recommendation which is different, sir, from the one that has come? And I'll on purpose, sir, I'll make this discussion tougher and tougher.
I think we should not call port as port, right? I mean, I would say that we should evolve from saying million tons of cargo, billion tons of cargo to a new matrix, which is driven by customer. So integrated multimodal transportation, logistics, whatever you can say. The moment you say integrated, the second thing comes before digitalization, right? Why digitalization does not work and will not work unless until we have the standard processes. So integrated, more multimodal transportation with a standard process driven by technology and talent will be the key buzzword for our industry.
Excellent, sir. Excellent, sir. Mr. Roy, your turn, please.
If you ask for a very bold recommendation, it would be common corridor management. So the port, the railways, whoever it be in that corridor, they report to a common management. So the different silos that you have, I'll just give you an example, like the best transportation solutions or the best evacuation solutions are where the mine, the port, and the railway line is under one operator. So the example is Vale in Brazil or BHP in Australia. So they operate the mine, they operate the railway line, they operate the port. So it's a common management. The individual port might be looked after by a different person, the railway line might be looked after by a different person, but the corridor is managed by one company. So
is it something similar to an idea of an economic corridor, and that economic corridor is being given a ULB status?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter which state it transforms, which boundary it transforms.
Absolutely.
It's a ULB.
So you are all,
everything has to be managed
part
by.
of the corridor. You are not operating some independent kingdoms in between. So that is what I would say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So, John, your turn.
Tough to go last. No, I think a lot of great comments here. So I'll just add two twists. So I think somehow now is the time to go from ambition to execution, and the world's moving so fast. So somehow all the building blocks that we talked about today, we just need to do faster together. Number one, and then number two, just to build on the digital integration, data sharing, absolutely. I think my twist though is, I mean, just having that doesn't solve the problem, right? So I think, stepping back with the key stakeholders, getting very specific on what problem are we trying to solve, what's the 20% that could really create 80% of value to remove the friction, and then focus on a few things as fast as possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And sir, as I said, the last one would be for you. And I would also like to add a complimentary question for you, sir. So we are also talking about transnational corridors. So from a policy maker, you have seen how things happen. what timelines would you like to place? And if you, of course, there cannot be a 1-0 answer to a bilateral port-to-port connectivity versus a transnational multi-corridor connectivity. If you need to have a balancing act done, then what would be your recommendation for India?
Thank you. While you said it's the toughest question, I have the advantage of having had the inputs from all my previous esteemed speakers. So I combine all that and give you an answer. The challenge that we have in terms of getting things aligned, certainly Transport Authority, which looks at the entire corridor, which has been the case for the TEN-net, the Transnet in Europe, in ASEAN, and South America, etc., etc. But I think that's something which we can do for IMEC, which you mentioned. That is the way I think we should be going. But again, there are many countries involved, and still we are far away from it. So we are just getting ahead with India and UAE, and we'll hear more of that. The immediate recommendation which I would give is that we have the policy framework in place. We have the logistics policy, PM Gati, Shakti, etc., etc. The challenge is that many of them are aspirational, as I mentioned. That is what is expected, that everyone works with the larger vision in mind. But you have challenges in terms of stray players here and there, and the entire architecture tends to not take off. Therefore, there's important that we have KPIs for in all the stakeholders clearly defined. The port chairman, instead of being responsible only for the port throughput, should have KPIs for making that corridor work efficiently. A similar kind of a KPI in their performance gradation should be for the railways, for the road people who are responsible for that port. That will get all these agencies working in sync as far as the government agencies are concerned. As far as the other players are concerned, we should have performance level agreements legally bound, to legally bind them down, to commit to whatever that is expected from them. I suppose these two things, the aspirations are known, the expectations are there, there's enough lead time for the actors to know what is expected from them. It is time that we made them mandatory, so that they know that in case they don't deliver and don't work in unison to make these supply chains resilient and work in harmony, they would be held accountable. Things will start falling in place. Long term, what other speakers recommended, a corridor authority, which, coming to the next question, the IMEC. Now, as we have been discussing and everyone has been saying, we have to graduate from looking at port as individual nodes to an entire corridor. And IMEC is something which is a requirement of the day. There are challenges in terms of it being there for some time. Not many countries have not shown the kind of interest that is required. But fortunately, from the Indian side, we are going ahead for the first leg, and the India-UAE thing is taken off. Maybe that can become some kind of a template for the other bilateral arrangements to work out. And IMEC and the movement of containers through alternate options other than Suez is a requirement of the day. The Suez came in because of a transformation of technology from the old sailing boats to the mechanized vessels. If you had to go around the Cape of Good Hope, you had to carry more coal than the cargo itself. And with that steamship coming in, the Suez option is always there. But when the world realized that only by having a Suez Canal can you carry more cargo and less of coal to be able to carry things from Europe to India and vice versa, did the Suez come about. Today we are talking of resilient supply chains. We are talking of containerizations. We are talking of digital modes. And as our the intermodal transactions become more efficient, time is the essence. Going around Cape of Good Hope, it was a journey in months. Around Suez, we do it in hours. Now we are talking of in days. Now we're talking of hours. And for making that happen, an arrangement, a multimodal arrangement, which is doable now, where containers have to be moved, not the bulk cargo. These are realities which are bound to happen to be able to create those resilient alternative supply chains. which the world requires. So I think it's a matter of time before things fall into place. Thank you.
I now open the floor for question and answers. But in the interest of time, we'll have maximum 3 to 4 questions. If anyone has questions, please raise your hand. Yeah, and please introduce yourself and maybe also spell out the preference of which panelist would you like to address your question to.
Hello everyone. I am Utkarsh from S&P Global. My question is for Captain Deepak Tiwari. How can the sustainability goals in today's time be balanced with the cost competitiveness?
Can you just speak a bit louder?
Can you hear me now better? Yeah. How can the sustainability goals in today's times in India's logistic ecosystem be balanced with the cost competitiveness?
Very good question. I do not have a complete answer for you. But what I can say is that when we talk about sustainability, the balance will be your balance sheet at the end of the day. So remember that. One big factor. The second factor is, which is going to be sort of disrupting again to your business, is that your clients will force you to actually perform on the best sustainability platforms that you can possibly do. And they will ask you to ensure that you tell them and be transparent, and they'll actually evaluate your performance as per that sustainability goal. So even if you don't want to do it, your clients and the world around you will make you do it. Regulations are a different aspect, but it's a question more of voluntary and how the business system will work. I hope I'm putting a few things clearly, but I can't give you a short answer. Sorry.
Makes sense, sir. Thank you.
Sir, very well said, sir, and I think it makes sense. Next one. Yes, please, gentlemen at the can someone please pass the mic?
My question is to those of you here running legacy firm, Captain Deepak, Mr. John, Mr. Ashwani. Are you having specific projects for AI integration into your logistics, work in running the organization, or is it like most of us ad hoc basis learning how AI makes into our lives? I'm just wondering if you actually have a strategic division that works on it. How are you going about it?
Maybe John, would you like to answer?
Okay, very quickly. We already apply AI for our shipboard management, for our route planning, and for container planning on board ships, the way we plan our stowage, etc. So, as far as maritime is concerned, we also have AI for our bunker consumptions and the sustainability goals, how much bunkers we consume, how much of CO2 we let out, what effect it has on the environment. We clearly define that, and these are through AI tools. It's already there, and it's only going to increase as we go ahead.
Maybe John, you would
No,
like to?
sure, I can add too. So on the port side, I think of two examples. So one, all our assets are now digitized, and we're using that data to basically make sure the cranes are working and the equipment's working all the time. We talked about resiliency, and if you don't have equipment working, you're not resilient. Pretty basic, right? I think the other big thing we're spending on is right now is in our hub terminals, where we heard the use of digital twins earlier. We have digital twins at all our hub terminals. We have actually two weeks of planning that we do with those customers using the hubs, and basically can fully simulate how ships should be moored, when they should be moored, how the cargo is connecting, how labor should be deployed in the yard, how yard equipment should be deployed, like this. So two examples, still early days, but it's, I think, for sure an area that will be very fruitful as we continue.
Thank you, John. In the interest of time, one last question, and please keep it very short. Yes, sir, please.
I'm Rajan Guru from JNPA. Question is for Ashwani Gupta, sir. Sir, how do you see the recent tariff changes impact on the cost competitiveness of the logistics supply chain in the future?
I would say, every challenge is an opportunity. And I do believe that, first of all, let me talk about maritime, right? Even it does not impact the needle in last 3, 4, 5 months. So first of all, let me start with the optimistic figures that it has not impacted the maritime business when it comes to the tariffs. That's number one. There may be imbalance between import-export. There could be imbalance between commodity going out, commodities coming in, but at the end it does not. Whatsoever very small impact we would have had, that has been overcome by the GST reforms, and you would have seen the figures of GDP, and you have seen the new GDP updated figures from the IMF. So it's not impacting the trade to start with. Now, what is very important, starting with pandemic, followed by semiconductor crisis and so on, what we have been seeing for last 5 years, that our business should not be dependent on uncontrollable factors. Controllable factors, we know exactly what we have to do. But when we are running our business based on uncontrollable factors which are not in our hands, we are playing against the wind, and we should minimize those as much as possible, which means that when it comes to supply chain, it should have maximum control factors and minimum uncontrollable factors. Having said that, we should more focus on, as the Government of India initiative, which is Make in India, and we should minimize as much as possible dependencies on the global supply chain. Having said that, maritime is all about import-export, which means we should balance the import and export, and we should really have more and more controllable factors rather than uncontrollable factors. So that's what we are doing now. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. Thanks all the eminent panelists. Due to the shortage of time, we need to conclude this session. It was really engaging and refreshing session. My apologies if there were some more questions that were coming, but we couldn't accommodate due to shortage of time. But thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sonal, and thank you all panelists for engaging in an insightful insightful conversation. Now I request the Honorable Deputy Chairman, Sir, to kindly felicitate the esteemed panelists. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next segment is a fireside chat on the topic From Ports to Prosperity, Supply Chains as Engines of Economic Transformation. I call upon stage Shri Saumil Shah, partner with Grant Thornton Bharat. Audience, please remain seated. We still have the fireside chat to commence.
Hello, dear friends. Please be seated. We have another important session. I request all of you to kindly be seated. Who are standing there, please come and occupy the front seat. Please be seated. We are starting another session.
Requesting all audience to kindly be seated.
Check. Hey, check, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so we can commence with our next session. Requesting all audience to please remain seated as we are beginning our next segment, that is the fireside chat on the topic From Ports to Prosperity, Supply Chain as Engines of Economic Transformation. Requesting your silence in the room. I call upon our moderator for the session, Shri Saumil Shah, partner with Grant Thornton Bharat.
We can have an end-to-end integration of all the passengers, cruise operators, cruise...
Shri Sanjay Sethi, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Transport and Ports Department, Government of Maharashtra. Shri Rizwan Somar, CEO and Managing Director, MENA and India Subcontinent. A round of applause. Now I request Shri Saumil Shah to take the lead and initiate the fireside chat.
Good evening, and let's start this fireside chat. Very quickly, we all know we are moving billions of tons of freight every year, which is known from textile hub of Tirupur to Ludhiana, from automobile corridors of Pune to ports from Mumbai and Mundra to industrial belt of Jamshedpur. So our logistic network is invisible force. Earlier, of course, the discussion happened about the cost of percentage to GDP. In last few years, we have made a very significant improvement, and we are definitely ranging below 10%. And even the smallest number we talk about, it looks very small on a paper, it's a billions of dollars of opportunity. We all know it employs millions and going to employ millions in coming year. And it connects farm to factory, factory to market, and market to the world. Over the past years, we have entered into a new phase. As far as Gati Sakti, Sagamala, and NLP we talk about, and it makes a one seamless network. Few interesting facts, of course, few panelists talk about, but what is defining today is going to be convergence of digital and sustainable transformation, visibility and efficiency of IoT sensors, RFD tech, GPS tracking, AI-based route optimization, control tower. Even I think Captain Tiwari spoke about smart containers, and logistic networks more intelligent and predictive. Mr. Wagh also spoke about asset visibility, transaction integrity, and predictive intelligence. Same way, Mr. Rinkesh from JSW also spoke about, the one platform. At the same time, ESG and decarbonization also becoming very central to the strategy. Not only that, electric fleets, green warehouse, biofuel powered vessels, and solar powered ports are going to reshape our Indian moves goods sustainably. We all know logistic market stands $350+ billion and going to be 550 by 2030. And CAGR is almost 8 to 10%. And at such a great moment, we have a privilege to have two leaders who are shaping this transformation at scale. Please join me welcoming Mr. Sanjay Sethi, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Transport and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, under whose leadership JNPA has become one of the Asia's most efficient and environmentally responsible ports. Our other panelist, Mr. Rizwan Somar, CEO and MD of DP World MENA, whose vision for port-led multimodal logistic and sustainable trade corridors is redefining India's presence in global supply chain. Thank you, sir. So just to start with, a few questions to Mr. Sethi. What was the state of port infrastructure and connectivity when you began working on this, and what were the binding constraints that prevent ports from achieving their full potential?
Okay, rather than linking it to my joining, let's say 8 years back, JNPA definitely had this big image of a congested port, which in fact, I remember in the beginning, Mr. Piyush Goyal was finance minister for some time, and we were in Delhi, and he said, "Bhai, bahut congestion hai, bahut congestion hai." So obviously, it was at two levels. One was the fact that our terminals, which were working almost at full capacity. The PSA Terminal 1 had to come in or had just come in. And the other congestion part was that before this big 8-lane, not really a highway or, the connectivity that has happened from Belapur onwards, the whole ecosystem was such that the time taken from that A place to B place was at least 3 to 4 times of what we are talking about today. The congestion at the terminals is also a function of, obviously, the turnaround time was higher, the dwell time was higher, there was no common parking plaza that we today talk about. The DPD, DPEs, we had just start talking about. This whole EODB thing where World Bank started ranking, and JNPA was the one which would send its figures, and those were considered for the country because that is what the one that was evaluated. So when you're saying what was the status, of course, dedicated freight corridor was on, it's probably still on and in the waiting, but then I would say all the other railway projects also had this thing of some inordinate delay somewhere. So let us put it like this, that the railway part, the road part, the operational inefficiencies at the port, etc., all together had this big image of JNPA being a congested port. I think I'll stop there and
yes.
then get back to.
Sure. Now, so of course, challenge, as you said, both physically and policy, regulatory architecture and all of that. So, Mr. Rizwan, just want to understand, when you look at India ports a decade ago, versus today, what are the transformation story and what actually DP World have a confidence, to make significantly long-term investment despite the challenges Mr. Sethi just spoke about?
So I'll just compliment what Mr. Sethi just mentioned, right? I mean, it is his leadership and Mr. Unmesh Wag's leadership that has actually transformed the port. A decade back, the average turnaround time was 4 or 5 days. It's now less than half, right? We are one of the top ports globally. We have 9 ports in the top 100 ports globally, overall in India, in that sense. The ease of doing business has actually gone up tremendously. A decade back, we were so worried about congestion that we used to actually work backwards and say, when do we actually send the container in so that it doesn't actually incur that congestion and stand in the queues. From those days, we have now come to an integrated logistics system, literally, right? We have a special economic zone, we have a free trade warehousing zone at JNPA. We have, a parking plaza, we have, a place where truckers can actually do their documentation, et cetera, et cetera. It is just completely transformed. Today, when I see the port, and I actually compare it to a decade back, it's a huge, huge transformation in that sense. So there's a marked difference. This obviously gives us a lot of confidence. It's not just about policy, but it's also about leadership and execution. And without which, no amount of policy and no amount of intervention is essentially going to transform. So I think that's the first point, right? I think the second point is quite obviously about the confidence that it gives, and that was the second half of your question, the confidence that it gives to private investors like us. We are operating in more than 90 countries in that sense. So obviously, every country, in terms of opportunities, is vying for those resources. So when we actually compare today, an opportunity in India as compared to somewhere else, India really, really stacks up where ease of doing business is concerned, the comfort that we actually get in the leadership in the industry, the comfort that we get of all the ease of doing business initiatives that the government is actually leading, not just in terms of saying, but also in terms of execution. And therefore, it's not a surprise that we've actually put in almost $3.5 billion US in just last 4 or 5 years. And obviously, the port sector is getting a lot more capital overall from the industry per se, but the logistics ecosystem has literally transformed. We have 3 free zones today in Navasheva. That was the first one, in Chennai, as well as in Cochin. We're trying to replicate what we did in Dubai as such. In Dubai, for example, our Jebel Ali port and the free zone is actually contributing to more than 40% of the GDP of Dubai. And that is what an integrated logistics ecosystem can actually do to our country's economy. It's housing almost 11,000 companies. 200 out of the 500 Fortune 500 companies are located there and doing business. 30% of Jebel Ali Free Zone has Indian companies operating out there. And now we're actually getting a lot of interest saying that, why are we in Dubai, why are we not in India in that sense? So we're getting those companies to come to India and actually invest in that sense. And obviously these companies are involved in global supply chains. So what we're now getting is not just people taking advantage of India's consumption story, but people taking advantage of India's base for global supply chains. Because this is what these companies are doing in Jabza. And so we are well on our way in terms of sowing the seeds with the help of Sanjay ji, Unmesh ji, the leadership, the execution, to actually give us the confidence to do a lot more exponentially going forward. Our partnership with NIIF, for example, the National Investment Infrastructure Fund, I mean, is going fabulous per se, right? And there is appetite to do a lot more as part of this joint venture. And then tomorrow we're signing more than 5 MOUs, which will, you know, attract investment in ship repair, in coastal shipping, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag before the MOUs are signed tomorrow. But there is a lot more appetite for investments than ever before.
Interesting. And those Dubai figures are really very inspiring, you know, 40% of. So, Mr. Sethi, question to you. Looking back, you know, what surprised about the transformation? You know, what worked good, best, and what was a bit harder, you know?
So the big story was this, that we managed to make JNP a full landlord model port. Basically what it meant was that we were running one terminal ourselves, and there was this big operational inefficiency, which obviously was difficult in terms of announcement, because everybody, all the stakeholders, which included our own people, who the employees of JNPA, were not taking it very kindly. We mostly live in a denial mode where we don't try to sort of agree with something which is so obvious, that if with the kind of employees the same work was being done at, let's say, DP World's terminal, in terms of productivity, ultimately it's a ratio of input and output. So whatever we were achieving, it was actually making us bleed. I mean, that's the term if to be used. So it's almost like saying that that the operational profits that we could have made, let's say X plus Y, was almost double of what we could have done if we were not running this terminal ourselves. So the big decision, I mean, in my mind, for some reason, the decision in my mind was taken within a few days of my joining. But then obviously it was some journey from there. All kinds of options were also given of just doing a night shift instead of the whole this thing. Obviously there is a full ecosystem which includes, let's say, the political ecosystem, the unions, the people who are involved, the stakeholders who come in different ways, because when we keep using the word end to end, if you count the stakeholders, that is more than 2 dozen who are very active. I mean, the rest you could consider as the passive stakeholders. So since this journey has to be has to be narrated here. let me use the fireside chat part, because Unmesh has got us into this thing of fireside chat, which basically means that we are sharing it in a small little group. It's not to be not to be quoted, and I hope my journalist friends have gone already. No, I mean, when you say the difficult parts, obviously the difficult was that it was not only taken very badly, the kind of response was almost violent, let's say. I mean, it was about saying that if you do this, that means this. If you even allegations being hurled at me individually, let me, I mean, a lot of them even know about it, but then I'm just saying that that was a part, in fact, that did not affect me at all at that time. But now when I think about, I feel, oh, I must be a very thick-skinned guy, whether my thick skin is going away. So so not just that. What had happened was, it had the you know, when you say some kind of environment building which gets into a very negative space, so day-to-day running of the port, running of the port was getting compromised, so to say. So when you have to have board meetings with a lot of police presence, when you have to have these kind of one-on-ones where nobody is ready to talk. Later on, in some place, Unmesh shared it with media that we never had any problem. It all went on very smoothly, and the chairman was able to get all the stakeholders on board very smoothly. But the fact remains that that was one challenging part now that we are discussing. Definitely, in fact, the same people later on, everybody not only came on board, agrees with the whole transformative impact that it had. So that was one big point where you're saying that whether it was surprise or not, that when we actually went to the market, I think that was the biggest surprise part. I mean, when you say the most optimistic estimate in terms of what we were supposed to get in terms of royalty, etc., if it was A, and it came to be almost 4 times of that. So that was the real surprise part. When you say markets don't lie, I mean, markets are the ones which will tell you what exactly the story is. So markets are in that sense agnostic, as long as you played fair. So if we were sure that we are playing fair, the markets responded very well. My friend Rizwan here could not match up to the markets. I'm not in the, I'm in a mood to disclose a lot. So no, so the point is that was the surprise, if you're saying. If you're saying what were the hardships, what was the surprise, these were the kind of this thing. And now that we've got into this experiential or a nostalgia zone, I think the third part was all the COVID story, I think. The COVID story was in a way, just yesterday I was saying that you have to embrace uncertainty. The kind of uncertainty it had given us, you later on realize that had you not embraced it well, it could have gone the other way. We were also, because we being the main government container port, so not really comparable to a lot of other ports, etc. We were at that time told by some of the best international ports that how it was handled better here or whatever. But since you were using the term leadership, so that is probably because the chairman of these ports is essentially a CEO. It's not really the chairman as we understand. It's more of a management job. You're a manager. But a COVID-like situation does convert you into that leader, where you the manager was about the problem solving, the leader was about those possibilities. So I remember getting those many buses full of drivers from some districts in UP and MP when the local drivers had refused to come, and we said we are not going to stop. So those are the kind of experiences where you say, even if those were for few days, few weeks, but having overcome some of those challenges, in retrospect, successfully, that is what you sort of feel that that element of courage, if I may say, helped. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's a very interesting transition, congestion to capability, basically. So it's an interesting one. Rizwan, how beyond cargo throughput, how this multiplier effect happens, when this kind of transformation journey happens, what are those multiplier effects, not only for India, but even in the other countries and other areas where you operate, if you can share,
Before I answer that question, if I may just, quickly respond to Mr. Sethi's couple of comments that actually hurt me quite a bit. Not hurt me, but it just rung a bell. But I tell you, this COVID situation, right, the leadership that was portrayed by JNPA during that time, I mean, a huge round of applause. I would say the smoothest operations that we had globally was possibly this particular port. In fact, China was fully recovered only 1.5 years back. We were struggling out there to get our people back for the longest period of time. And I think the test of partnership that the JNPA leadership and the private terminal operators and the shipping lines and the entire ecosystem actually showed, when in stress and when in a difficult situation, that's the true test of partnership, in my opinion. Because when the going is easy, everybody actually likes to talk about these fancy words and possibly also execute on them. But COVID actually tested all of us, right? And the spirit of resilience, the spirit of leadership that was portrayed was truly commendable. And then I just can't, hold myself back on the second comment. We were also one of the most aggressive bidders for the free zone. I mean, that's how, sorry, I have to say this. In fact, at the other end, when the auctioning was taking place, my finger was literally, shaking at a point where the estimates were really, really aggressive and there was so much of competitive bidding. But I think it's a great thing simply because it just shows how much confidence the private investors actually had in the leadership, number one. Number two, in what happens after we bid. And number three, the consumption story and the fact that India is the right place to put our logistics investments in. So for me, I think it's a testament to that fact. And I think we've lived through that tail after we've actually bid extremely aggressively. I think it's still probably a record in terms of how much land prices can command in terms of people actually paying for it. But we've lived through it the last 3-4 years that we've actually built this free zone. It has actually attracted so much of interest from customers, not just Indian customers, but also global customers who actually want to have a place where this plug and play and be part of this Indian ecosystem and take advantage of it fully. You talked about economic multiplier. I gave you the example of Jabal Ali. And if I just have to compare that to India in that sense, right, and to some global estimates per se, for every $1 that is actually invested in logistics infrastructure pays back almost $2 to $5, and these are OECD estimates. So there is a lot of effort that's actually gone in making Gati Shakti, in the national logistics policy, in Sagarmala, Bharatmala. These are not just fancy words, but these are policies that actually make logistics investment and port investments happen through terminal operators and through private players like ourselves, right? So this is the confidence that the government is giving to private investors like us to do that, because there is a exponential return that actually comes to the economy as a result. Not just for the fact that logistics cost and export competitivity are linked, because they are. For every 10% reduction in logistics cost, there is a direct increase in the competitivity of that country's exports. Especially in emerging economies like us, there is a 10% to 8% correlation. So for every 10% reduction in cost of logistics, there is an 8% rise in terms of competitivity as compared to other countries per se, right? And according to the latest estimates that I just saw, I think we are now sub 10% in terms of logistics cost, which is actually on par with many developed economies. So that is the focus that the government of India has actually put in making logistics not just a boardroom conversation, but also in terms of reality on the ground.
That's very interesting, and I think John spoke about global wastage also. So I agree, and Mr. Sethi, Maharashtra has been, always, port-led industrialization. They are always ahead of it. Can you talk about this Vadhavan project and how this policy architecture converts port infrastructure to the prosperity, and this benefit goes beyond to the port city, to hinterland regions and all that?
See, the big Dubai story that we talk about, and the SEZ, how it's such a big part of the economy. JNPA had some restrictions. The restrictions were that it's a major port which came in later, which means that when the urban development, the rural development, the lines are drawn. So typically the original ports that develop into the cities, or for that matter Mumbai and Kolkata and Chennai, were ports first and then become cities. JNPA had or has big restrictions to the extent that if there is a parastatal like CIDCO owns its land, then Uran on the other side is some Nagar Panchayat. So state governments or local bodies would not like to give away their lands to play with, so to say, what we are talking about, where we are discussing SEZs and other related industrial infrastructure, or what we are talking about. Now what is happening is Vadhavan gave us that part, whereby again there are some challenges there, mainly because the port itself is in an environmentally fragile zone. The taluka is declared as an environmentally fragile zone, which was the biggest challenge of taking it off or getting it at the takeoff stage. There is this Dahanu Taluka Environment Protection Authority, which at one time had declared that it is a wholly impermissible activity. Port there cannot be done. So for how many years? About 30 years it was stuck. So having taken it up from there, what we can say is that it still provides, and especially with the current leadership of our Chief Minister, 2 or 3 things are happening, which I was talking in another session also actually. One is that this whole connectivity thing, that we are actually discussing an airport there. We are actually discussing a big water transport system there. We actually, so this whole so-called seamless connectivity, which Singapore or for that matter Dubai is known for, is something that we can make a reality in Vadhavan. That's the first part. The second part is that since it is the first project where state government and central government in a major port are stakeholders, the state has a lot more stake to show that what it can do. Let's say within connectivity, a Vadhavan-Nasik road is not just planned; it has gone ahead with with all the plans in place and how budgets will be given and everything. Similarly, this whole thing of city development around Vadhavan, which will be the fourth Mumbai or the other city that will come up now next or something. We have a lot of these agencies like MMRDA, CIDCO and others, which are not just used to doing this, but a lot of in-house talent is there to sort of get the lands faster, get into this city development. The town planning is now a big plus in Maharashtra because we have a lot of urban area. So a good big city development along with these economic centers, because already there's a Boisar industrial area. You could be looking at a lot many new areas, maybe more in Palghar Taluka, not in Dahanu Taluka, but that's still the ecosystem. It will spread up to, at one time, up to Vasai, get into this side. So in terms of connectivity, in terms of all these areas for warehousing and other port-related activities and the city development, all have been planned, which will make sure that we are closer to Singapore, Dubai. Again, I normally don't like to compare it fully in that sense because obviously the context is different there, the context is different here. But Vadavan presents a very, very promising case for this kind of development.
And Mr. Rizwan, you have already spoken about, the performance during COVID days and all that. But just want to understand from your experience, what are the essential ingredients of successful PPP, and what is your experience evolved over in the last decade because you are operating? And of course, you shared some bit of it, but what's your...
So globally, almost 70% of the port development actually takes place as PPP in that sense, right? So I think it's a proven model. That's number one. Ideally, we should essentially have a joint venture because where the government actually comes up with the strategic asset, the land, the permissions, the connectivity, et cetera, and then the private operator essentially puts in the equipment and gets the know-how and actually gets the best practices globally, et cetera, et cetera. I think we've made a huge progress in terms of where we are today. The new MCA, for example, where there is a lot more clarity in terms of the length of the concession and the flexibility in terms of the duration of the concession. There's also, revenue share, which is essentially a good, I would say, sharing of the risk reward. And so I think this really helps to actually make sure that things are a lot more streamlined per se. But I think now the partnership is not just about investing in a port and partnering where a port is concerned. It's about partnering on the ecosystem. Like the example I gave on the free zone, which Mr. Sethi also resonated on. The free zone, the connectivity, the DFC, how do we actually connect inland locations to the port as clear as possible. The evacuation piece, what's the use of actually having, extremely good berth productivity when you can't evacuate the cargo as such, or when you cannot get in the cargo per se. So I think it's partnership in the ecosystem now that's coming in with private players rather than just the port per se. And of course, Vadhavan would be a great example of where the integrated logistics ecosystem, which includes the port as well, is also seen as private investment coming in, but also partnering very effectively with the government to actually put in the money there.
Last question to both of you. 10 years from now, when you look back at this period, what would you want the legacy to be? Again, not in terms of tonnage or terminals, but we are talking about economic transformation and human impact. Mr. Sethi?
Again, whether 5 or 10, see, when we are discussing ports especially, I mean, obviously it will be a function of what changes in trade take place. And as has been discussed with recent developments in the world, we all must keep a margin for that uncertainty and know and understand that, just making big plans as a process may not work because the context might change. So the word resilience was used maybe 10 times in the last panel or whatever. So the word resilience has to be understood. I mean, we all need to know and understand how resilient we are, rather than when you say, okay, let's not talk about how much throughput and how much this, whatever. So I'm saying it's about the first part, I would still say, is the formal institutions getting better. So in a developing country like ours, where informal institutions still have a big space, the formal institutions, when we talk about formal institutions, Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan has gone, but at the adjudicatory board is a formal institution which must look at issues. Let's say terminal operators had issues which we were discussing, dealing with, but we did not find closure to those issues. Formal institutions which are more resilient, which are more responsive, should be one good part. The second part I would say is that when I often quote this, that after, in fact it was during COVID days that we made this big presentation on the vision before the Honorable Prime Minister. And after that, the simple question asked was that logistics cost base ka kitna farak padega, right? Now again, there I have another view also that for a country like India, when we keep using this 13 to 14% logistic cost, we don't know, and who has done this study, and can we have we done some latest thing for this area or this port, or let's say JNPA has a certain hinterland of Gujarat and Maharashtra or whatever. So the logistics cost will be a function of so many things, including the kind of roads, the kind of, when customs was being discussed, I mean, my friends from customs may not like it that much, but then what was happening was the second part of this digital integration. So the port community system, for about 4 or 5 years, we kept saying, and Unmesh would go there because he was on both the sides. He was he was being pushed from this side to represent the ports. So they would say the API integration with customs is happening, is going to happen. It's just about there. So when we said, oh, 27 stakeholders, I mean, so in a Singapore or wherever the developed countries, so these port community systems, you can keep giving whatever name, NLP or whatever, but the fact is that all the stakeholders must be integrated in a seamless way. Whether customs was a problem at one time or some other institution, I'm not really, I mean, that was just by way of an example. But I'm saying that will be the main thing when you say 5 years, 10 years, that the human interface becomes lesser, this kind of digitization, which we, ultimately, why are we saying that the, let's say, per TU cost or handling cost is almost half in Singapore, let's say. Again, those figures I take with a pinch of salt because, you know, these sources sometimes are not clear, but we, you know, whether online or whether some documentation that is put in front of us, we go by some of those figures. But I'm saying definitely there is a difference. So to achieve that, this level of digitization, that is the second or the third part. And fourth, of course, while discussing or achieving the sustainability goals, some costs have to be understood upfront. You cannot put it under the carpet. The gentleman asking the question on cost and this, that's a standard conflict. The conflict has to be put on the table. The conflict has to be minimized rather than having some delusion on resolving it completely. No, it will not be, because obviously it is costly, especially in the beginning. So whether a DP World or ABC makes an announcement and says, now I am doing this, see, IMO or whatever ultimately will also have to, you know, fine-tune as per what exactly is happening in reality. But I'm saying the mandate or some whatever, I mean, ultimately we have to all understand that we have to stand for sustainability. Basically, this whole thing has to change into a positive understanding of what we stand for. So I think those are those 4 or 5 things that one would like to see in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rizwan.
So I think one is what Mr. Sethi said, a digitally integrated ecosystem, right, where every stakeholder is actually part of it. You know, the shipper, the consignee, the transporter, the shipping line, the ports, you know, the inland locations, et cetera, et cetera. But I'll go slightly forward in terms of some of the things that we have actually done to integrate other countries as well. So, you know, there is a Government of India initiative together with the UAE government where if the cargo is cleared in India, it need not be cleared in Dubai, as an example. And the pilot is already underway per se, and Mr. Wag has essentially given a lot of direction and leadership on that one from the port side. The Dubai side, the customs on both the sides have had several meetings, and you know, this has essentially happened in terms of the pilots were successful. So how do we actually integrate India more effectively with other countries as well and make the ease of doing business happen, risk sharing happen more effectively and real time in that sense? This will also help a lot in maritime corridors because we're looking at IMEC, we're looking at INSTC. If you don't actually have border protocols that are standardized, and if you don't have systems that actually govern these protocols and make it more efficient, cargo will actually get stuck at these borders per se. IMEC actually goes through at least 4 to 5 borders before it actually reaches Europe in that sense. I'm talking about physical border crossings on the road. And just imagine if every place you actually have 2 days and 3 days of paperwork to be done before the cargo actually crosses the border. All the benefits of these maritime corridors will be actually lost, which is the transit time and the cost. So I think that's one, a digitally integrated ecosystem. I think a more inclusive and skilled workforce, because there has to be a lot of investment that we'll need to do, with AI and so much of technology interventions coming in, the blockchain. We need to make sure that our workforce is actually well trained in order to make sure that those jobs of the future, but also of the present, we have enough skilled people actually who can do those roles. So I think that's the second part. The third is, the way I look at it, is that we need to also have it very inclusive. So the MSMEs and SMEs, we don't want to leave them behind. One example of that is what we call as Bharat Mart, which we are actually inaugurating in the next year or so in Dubai, which will actually house almost, you could say, 1,500 MSMEs and SMEs from India, where they'll be able to showcase their goods in this place, which has a retail mall, which has warehouses attached to it. And the reason why it's a nice place for the MSMEs and SMEs to showcase their goods, because other countries have something similar, like China, where people from Africa and the rest of the Middle East come to Dubai typically to buy goods, and our goods are not there in the same fashion shown and competing with the rest of the countries who also have something similar in Dubai as such. This the Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated in February last year, and everything goes well, within the year, we should actually be able to inaugurate something like this. So how do we actually get our MSMEs and SMEs included in this journey of progress per se? So those are the 2-3 points I would kind of stress on.
Thank you, sir. And below we conclude fireside chat. So. Okay, let's, no, this is okay. We just, questions, okay, at least one question. Yeah, please. You want?
I was trying to keep silence, but Mr. Shah provoked the SME and the MSME sector, so I couldn't stop myself up. My question is directed at Mr. Sethi and Mr. Wagh. Thank you for pointing him out, sir. I come from Palghar, your land of Newport, and then your MSME, sir. There is, Mr. Wagh, MSMEs के लिए सरकारी महकमों में एक बहुत बड़ी कहावत अच्छी वाली है कि सर CPP ले आए हैं, आप जेम ले आए हैं. I'm not pointing out a problem, I'm requesting for a solution. So, as an MSME, if I'm into buying of services or selling of services, with a government company, I only compete through tenders. There are no direct orders. Sir, जेम पे अगर L1 के लिए मेरी 20 companies वहाँ पे compete कर रही हैं, there are hundreds of incidents where the product is costing 500 rupees, the tender's gone at 300. Is a problem, I understand. I'm just trying to place it on your table. आप ही का एक PWD department है sir, जहाँ पे, it's like putting your money where your mouth is. Somebody telling me that the product can cost 250, PWD asked them to go and put a 30% bank guarantee there. Why can't you implement something like that on GEM? And I'm talking about the maritime sector, sir. You're killing the baby before it's born. And with killing the SMEs and MSMEs, I don't think the journey is going to be full again. So, quite a request for you to go and take it forward, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for suggestion. So we will conclude the fireside chat. Thank you so much. Thank you, sirs, for your time.
Thank you for this fireside chat. That was very insightful. And now I request our Honorable Chairman, sir, to kindly facilitate the esteemed guests. Dear guests, please remain seated for the MOU exchange between Kamarajar Port Limited, represented by Mr. Tirumurugan, General Manager Operations, and Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited, represented by Mr. Chandrasekhar, General Manager Operations, for import and export of automobiles for 10 years, estimating a value of rupees 5,000 crores. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the close of this session. On behalf of Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, I thank all our speakers, panelists, and guests for making this session a success. Thank you all once again.